Welcome into the Press Row Show, the #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show this side of the Mississippi, south of the Arctic Circle, and north of the equator. And it's a special pregame edition, and you might be wondering, why the heck are you guys an hour before puck drop instead of a half hour before puck drop? That seems a little bit strange. And you might, I'm hoping that at this point you follow us on social media enough to know the correct answer to this. But the reason is very simple, and it's because we're going to have a special guest here pregame. And I guess we'll throw it up here on the screen in case people haven't heard. But Danny Briere is going to be here pregame. And it's going to be an interesting little chat that we'll have with Danny B, because as Anthony put out there on the Twitterverse this morning, Sean Couturier expected to be back in the lineup.
Certainly back in. He's going to replace Nick Delorier in the lineup.
Ah, yes.
So
go with one French Canadian for another.
It'll be nice to actually get Danny's thoughts on.
There's a quota, There's only a certain amount of French Canadians that Torts will play, according to that one tweet that since got deleted. But very interesting there. Anyway, go on.
No.
So Delorier's out. Hold on, Delorier's out. Did you look what the thumbnail of this episode is?
Is it
Delorier in the fight against Toronto at Center Ice the other night?
That's good. He gets a little. He gets a little love today, even though he's not playing.
Yeah.
Sam Urson in net also today. I know that there was a question as to which game he would start this weekend. He's starting today against Boston.
Okay.
So I was told this morning that Coots was going to play, and was able to confirm that. And it's interesting to me, Russ, and this is the thing. Like, I get the you can come up with. Well, we don't really know what all the reasons are, right? Because Torts doesn't talk to anybody about it, right?
He sent out Jonesy after the game. Oh, that was Bradshaw.
So he doesn't really talk to anybody about it. So we don't really know what his reasoning is. Elliot Friedman had on his 32 Thoughts, or I think it was 32 Thoughts. It might have been on a different interview, but it was with Jeff Merrick.
Yeah.
And he said, that it was a pace issue.
Okay.
So if he's reporting that, if there's a pace issue that Coots is not playing at the pace that the game is being played at right now, and if that's the reasoning, that's the reasoning. But it makes you wonder, why then are you coming back in when you're playing back-to-back games within 27 hours of each other, whatever it is? Like, how do you anticipate that the pace is now going to be good enough where it wasn't good enough for the last 2 games?
Well, clearly they were waiting for the nitrous from Fast and the Furious, right? They're going to put it on the back of his skates.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's nonsense, right? Because if it's a pace thing, I don't know if you've watched Sean Couturier play for much of his career, but it ain't like the guy's always had.
No, he's never been a fast player.
Rocket skates on.
Never been a fast player. And the other thing is...
It's also not the style of his game.
Well, so here's the thing. Like, if you want to say that Coots is not playing up to his standard, and he really hasn't been, and really, we're not trying to sit here and say that he has been, and what an affront it is to take him out of the lineup because he's been playing great. No, it's not that. But if you're going to sit here and tell me that it would have been better off playing those guys on the fourth line 7 minutes the other night than to have Sean Couturier in the lineup, you're out of your mind.
Out of your mind.
Out of your mind. So, like, to me, that's the issue, right? That I can't get myself past. So it's going to be. That's why I said it's going to be interesting to me to hear this.
I believe Bundy will be joining us for pregame at some point. But I do want to point out to people, because I think it's really important. Okay, I tweeted about this yesterday. I decided to finally feed some of the trolls because I've had enough. I've gotten to the point now where I think that some of the blind loyalism that we're seeing. Listen, I get it. Not every fan is able to discern things. I get that not every fan is smart. Okay, not every sports fan is smart. Not every human being is smart. There are some people who are so easily swayed by one or two comments here and there that they just throw their entire fandom behind one human being, which is a really bad way to do it, but by all means you can. But there's this blind loyalism that has developed with Torts, which by all means you could do. But, man, there's an entire loss of objectivity that people have. Hopefully that's not coming across here.
I know. Yeah,
anyway.
That mic might be live. Right?
That might be live.
Check out that tan on.
Are you coming on now? We're
live.
already live. We're live. Do you want to come on?
Yeah. Welcome, Bundy.
Captain Flannel.
You guys don't tell me you're on live?
Yeah, just when Danny gets here, just switch.
I'll switch.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of a question.
Intern Andrew, where's Mike 4? Do you have Mike 4
It's over there. It's over there.
Oh, it's over there. Do we have a chair? Do we have a chair for Mike 4 for when
He'll
gets? Okay.
Do you have the extra chair that I've asked you for every single game for the last 15 home games?
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Bundy's on fire this morning. Watch out.
Why is he upset?
What happened to him
Did you take your kayak across the bridge today?
Dude, that was unbelievable.
It was bad,
I walked out this morning. It looked like a monsoon. I had to put my half boots on today.
Yep.
Holy cow.
Yep.
Holy cow.
So anyway, what I'm saying is there is a lack of objectivity that exists with some of the fan base where they are just willing to give carte blanche to the coach. And that's fine. And you can do that. And, this is a perfect example of two things can be true. The coach has gotten far more out of this team than anybody had any right to do. And that needs to be clear. This team is not supposed to be a playoff team. And yet, he's managed to get them on the cusp of the playoffs. But it doesn't mean he's infallible. And it doesn't mean that he doesn't make questionable calls or make stupid gambles he doesn't have to make. My contention has been benching Sean Couturier is not a great look because he's the captain. That's a big part of it. And when you scratch veterans like Cam Atkinson in the past or James Van Riemsdyk or Kevin Hayes in the past, it's one thing. But when it's the captain who was named a month ago, not an exactly ideal situation.
We're going to get we got some answers coming to us.
Yeah. We have a man who has some answers, a man with a plan, and the GM of your team, your town, your Philadelphia Flyers, getting ready to come on here. As soon as intern Andrew gets that chair. Oh, you have a chair.
See, he's great friends with my buddy Rick, who used to work here, right? And I'm telling you, if you go to Danny Briere and you ask about Rick, one of his favorite people, and that's you can tell right now. I mean, look at the two worlds we're seeing right in front of us.
This is the thing.
The GM of the team,
the tan,
and a super fan.
It
doesn't get better.
I just love that tan.
Come on up, Danny boy. Come on, bud.
All right, Danny Briere, about to join the Press Row show. Do we want to let him know that we're live already?
Yeah.
Want to let him know that?
Yeah. Make yourself comfortable.
All right.
We're live already, just so you know.
There we go.
Even better.
Danny Briere is
Good to see you, pal.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Andrew, move the whole tripod down. Just move the whole thing. Center it. There we go.
Yep,
and then turn it. There we go.
We took Russ off.
This
Doesn't
is
matter.
top-notch camera work.
Yes.
We are good. There we go.
Great.
That's
Good
what
stuff.
this is all about here.
That's why we have an
Press Row
intern.
show. That's exactly right.
How's it going, buddy?
It's going
Good
great.
to see you this morning.
Yeah, no, it's going great. I mean, we're in the playoffs right now, inside the bubble. It's exciting, and at this time of the year, we couldn't ask for much better than this.
Quick. Actually, just coming off last night, guys. Just wanted to ask you. You guys really pour in, and I just to start it off, the hockey talk. Great. It was a great hockey game to watch. What do you do? What is do you feel when a team loses in a game, like in an overtime or a shootout, that it can take the same life out of a team that when you lose in regulation?
Well.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting because you're never happy.
No.
We all agreed that it was a great point.
Yeah.
You're going to Carolina, tough place to play, good team. And, going into it, if someone would have said, would you take a point? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But it doesn't change the feeling of a loss after a game, even if you lose in overtime or a shootout. And even through the way we play, we were extremely happy with the way we played the game in Carolina. But it doesn't take the sting off.
Yeah.
So, Danny, here's how I wanted to start today. Is I'm gonna climb back into the DeLorean, get it up to 1.21 gigawatts. The weather's perfect for this story, right?
87 miles an hour.
87 miles per hour, right? And I go back to September, and I tell you, hey, Danny, 12 games to go. You're going to be 2 points up in a playoff spot.
Yep.
What does Danny tell me in September when
I'll
I
take
say
it.
that?
I'll take it, and I'll take my chance.
But what does Danny say then if I say, on the way, you're going to trade one of your top 4 defensemen, you're going to have 3 other starting defensemen out injured, you're going to lose your starting goalie, your captain, you're going to name a captain, and he's going to get scratched for a couple of games in March, and you're still going to be in that spot. Are you that surprised? Are you surprised yet?
Look, hey, going into the season, we were hoping to play some, playoff-type atmosphere games coming down the stretch and battle for a spot. When you look to start the season, you look at especially our division, even our conference. With all the teams that were around, we thought, New Jersey would be near the top with Carolina and the Rangers. You have to think that Pittsburgh and Washington still make a push with, the players, the superstar players, even though they're getting older. You'd think they'd be in the mix. You look at what Columbus did last offseason, adding 2 top 4 defensemen. You think they're going to bounce back. So where did it leave us back then? Probably at the bottom. That's how most people had seen it. So yeah, it's an extremely great place to be at the moment.
How have you looked at what's the, obviously there's been a lot of news the last few days, obviously with Sean being out of the lineup. And there's been a lot of people talking about it. There's been opinions all over the place. You've talked about how when you've played with a guy, like you have a different kind of bond with that player.
Yep.
This is a little bit even more so. I mean, Sean lived with you and your kids. Like it's a whole nother level with that.
Absolutely.
As the GM, how are you able to kind of separate that with what's going on, and then secondly, how were you viewing towards his decision to scratch him for a couple of games?
Yeah. Well, to start with John, our coach, it's not his job to be best friends with the players.
Mm-hmm.
It's his job to get the most out of them. Now, you can agree or disagree on how he goes about it, but at the end of the day, that's his job. That's what he's paid to do, and that's what he's trying to do, and that's the technique that he's using. When I flip to the other side with Sean, obviously there's a bond there, and there's a respect between the two of us, and there's also I think Sean hasn't played well enough the last month of the season.
Mm-hmm.
The encouraging part for me is how we played in the first half. We know it's there. Coming out of the 2-year hiatus that he was on, it wasn't an easy situation. So the way I look at it today is we know Sean can still be a good player. He proved that in the first half of the season. Played a lot of heavy minutes, and is that what caught up to him? I don't know, but he lost a little bit of his jump lately, and but it's still there, and that's the encouraging part for me. Is I know Sean can still play. I know Sean is still going to help us down the stretch, and he's going to help us make the playoffs. That's the way I see it. So it's not fun to see. It's not something that you enjoy seeing, but at the same time, I think it's going to help him. I think it's going to put him back on track. It gives him the chance to refocus, maybe get angry a little bit, because when you play with an edge, I remember as a player, even myself, you play with an edge, you're able to go get a little bit, dig a little deeper and find a little bit more, and I hope Sean uses that to prove to his coach and everybody else that he's still the player that he was in the first half of the season.
And I think this is one last follow-up on that, is that so it's fair to say that it's what we're all seeing is it's more physical and not necessarily, he's not playing the game the right way, right? I mean, he's still playing the game the right way, the way that you would want the guy to play. It's just kind of a physical thing catching up to him.
The tank's empty a little bit.
Because he played a lot of minutes.
He did.
You think about it, he hasn't played for 2 years, and we
Right.
put him back, and and it's part of it is the situation. He was forced because we didn't have the centerman at the beginning of the season that were ready to take on the load that he was given, playing 20, 22 minutes a night for a guy who hasn't played in 2 years. That was a lot to ask out of him, and I thought he's part of the reason where we are today because of his play.
Yes.
And then you look at how Morgan Frost has turned his season around. Paling has just gotten better and better, and then Scotty Lawton early in the season was having his trouble as well, and now he's playing much better also. So, we also have all these other guys that are pushing, that are asking for more ice time because of the way they're playing, and we have all the young guys that are also looking for more responsibilities because of the way they've been playing. So, in a sense, it was good to give Sean the chance to maybe recuperate a little bit more. But I know, when we say that, he doesn't want to be scratched.
Right.
Nobody expected it to maybe go that far.
Did you guys have discussions at the time saying that, hey, we know we're going to push him a little bit here, play those 20, 22 minutes a night, that there was a possibility that this would be the outcome because he might hit that wall a little bit?
We had those discussions along the way.
Yeah.
Because early on we were asking a lot of him.
Yeah.
He was playing on the power play. He was facing all the top lines. He was the first on the penalty kill. And we had those discussions together with the coaching staff as far as, well, we're asking a lot. And Sean was really beat up too. He took... if you remember, you go back to early in the season, Sean was missing some practices here and there.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't just to recuperate from playing 22 minutes. He was really banged up. I think at one point he had 5 different injuries that he was dealing with,
Yeah.
and he was still playing.
With the back kind of holding it all together.
And the back was the best part for him.
I know what you
joking.
mean. Yeah.
Everything else was hurting, but the back was okay, so we were feeling good about it. But it's, Sean plays hard, and we were asking a lot of him. So hopefully this is just a little reset, gives him the chance to refocus a little bit, and we're going to need him. There's no doubt about that we're going to need him down the stretch and in the playoffs if or when we get in.
I think what's unique with it, really, and I'll finish off, we'll move to the next thing, but I think what's interesting with it, it becomes polarizing because he is Sean Couturier, and he does the right thing. He plays the game the right way, right? So that's why I think it becomes kind of like you get two different sides of the coin.
Correct.
And we're both former players, and we look at it in a different way than perhaps someone at the professional end of it. I look at it and say, man, this is a guy that does an awful lot. But then we're also failed to realize that he has missed 2 years. And he played a bulk load. You're not where you are without him. There's no question.
Absolutely, you're so right about that. He's done a lot of good things, and he's going to do more good things for us. We and I know it's normal. People are questioning what's going on. Why is he getting scratched? But at the end of the day, he's going to get back in the lineup, and I expect him to pick up where he was and get back on track. And I remember as a player too, sometimes when things are not going, and Sean hasn't scored 1 goal in the last 25 games, something like that. Sometimes just that little reset, can change the focus somewhere else, and it gets you back on track. I know it's happened to me in the past, and I hope it's we're able to do the same with Sean.
Well, I do want to kind of pull this out a little bit bigger picture, because ultimately you're trying to build a team that's going to win for an extended period of time. You're not trying to do the patchwork thing that, in fairness, this franchise did for about 2 decades, right? Where it's just constant, patchwork, and it's, you're on the bubble, and it's never really a contender. The coach is the coach. He does what he does. Last year he did this with Kevin Hayes. He did this with James Van Riemsdyk. He has a history of, scratching vets, trying to send a message. When there are so many young guys in the locker room, was there a concern at all on your end about this might not be the guy to scratch because it is the captain? He's a month into the captaincy. And there are a lot of young guys in that locker room. He plays the right way. He might be banged up, but was there a concern culture-wise, longer term?
So it's a good question. And what I would say to that is, when you have the right room, when you have the right leadership, it doesn't scare you. And Sean Couturier, the person that I know, the leader that I know, not happy about it. And he did make a couple comments, but he's not going to let that trickle through the locker room. He cares about his teammates. He cares about his team. He's only known Flyers organization. He's got the Flyers tattooed, on his heart. He's one of the ultimate leader. He's most likely going to be a Flyer forever, even when he's done playing on the ice. So I have no doubt that he won't let that happen. So, no, not an issue at all.
And I wanted to follow up on one other thing with him specifically, because in his entire tenure here, I don't remember him ever making comments like he did, where he was very clearly frustrated with the decision because, again, he's been playing the right way, and he's a competitor. And I did see, and I want to address this, I guess, there were some fans who looked at it and said, he's got to get his ego in check. I've never heard of Sean Couturier referred to as a narcissist or an egomaniac before.
No.
But since you played with him and now you're in this capacity, can you kind of speak to that a little bit about his character and
totally
maybe dispel that?
And I think he was probably caught by surprise a little bit himself. I don't think he expected it to go that far. And he's never had to deal with that in his career. That was the first for him too. As a player, that's always tough the first time
brutal.
When it happens. It's brutal. You think the world is caving in and there's no way out, and
your world's it ends. It feels like your world's ending.
Exactly. So that's what I attribute it to, as far as the comments being saying he's embarrassed. But no, there's no worry about that. He's the ultimate. Look, John gave him the C. Because it's not like he was playing great when he gave him the C either, but he knew, and he had dealt with him on the bench and the way he was reacting through, even when his ice time was getting shortened, game after game, and the way he reacted, the way he cheered on his teammates. Even the game against Toronto, the day he was scratched, he was in the locker room after the game, high-fiving the guys.
Yeah.
He had dinner with the guys in the locker room. Jonesy and I walked in. We saw him sitting, laughing with his teammates. He's able to put his ego aside and be the ultimate player. So it hurts, and I know inside he's burning, but at the same time, when he was with his teammates, that's the first thing, the most important thing was about the team and his teammates.
I know that we only have you for a couple more minutes, Danny. I want to get to a couple other things.
Oh, there was one good. I think.
Oh,
I thought
you had another question?
I do. It's a really
see
quick
what I
one,
deal
though.
with every night,
You mentioned the fact that Torts gave him the C, and that was another thing that had come up because for over a year he said, "I'm not naming a captain. There will not be a captain even this year. There won't be a captain." Just ahead of the deadline, there were kind of things going around about interest in Lawton, and you guys. I want to know if it was a collective decision between you and Torts and Jonesy, but you guys opted to give Travis Konechny an A and Sean Couturier the C. Was that something that you guys had been in conversation about the entire year? Was it something that kind of came to the forefront closer to the deadline? Like where did that happen?
One thing I can tell you that John Tortorella does better than any coach I've seen or been around is how he manages the locker room, how he understands, I should say, the locker room. He didn't like it when he arrived here, and he built it the way he wanted it to be. He didn't have Sean last year, and he wasn't sure which direction the captaincy was going to go. Coming into this year, he knew Sean was coming back in the fold. He didn't know him. He hadn't been to battle with him. He hadn't seen him on the bench when things are getting tough. Because and that's the other thing. You see the true character of people when things are going sideways, not when everything is going well. He wanted to see, how Sean, because obviously, we had talked, and when Claude Giroux was traded, we all assumed that it was Sean's team at that point. But John hadn't seen it, hadn't had the chance to be in a battle and tough games or when things are going sideways with Sean, and that's what he got to see. And he came one night and he said, I'm ready to name captain. Sean has really reacted well through adversity this year. He's like, I'm comfortable with it. I think he deserves it. And that's when we all moved in, but it was Torts' decision, and it was Torts' decision on TK as well to give him an A. He says he's ready to take on more leadership as well. So it was all Torts.
Am I allowed to ask?
You asked a few. I just have to.
I'm good, actually. You just asked him. Well, we'll get into warm up, so you can get. I'll walk him back over there so he doesn't get jumped by the fans.
Yeah, that's
You're gonna be the bodyguard.
I'm gonna piggyback him.
No, I just wanted to ask you about just an update on the injured players. Do you have anything on those guys?
They're still rehabbing. It's looking better and better. As far as the timeline, it's tough to tell. I would say Sealer, we know a little bit more. We're hoping in the next couple of weeks that he can come back. The other two defensemen, Drysdale and Ristolainen, they've been skating on their own. They're taking a bigger chunk every day, but we're still not sure exactly as far as the timeline goes. But we're hopeful that they'll be back before the end of the season.
Just last one for me, Danny. Goaltending. Jonesy's mentioned a couple things. Any update on Kolosov or any of the Russian situation with that, or having another netminder present as the playoffs approach?
We're still working on that with Kolosov. There's nothing new. It's a lot of paperwork to go through, immigration stuff. So we're still working on it. We're hopeful that in the next 10 days to 2 weeks, maybe something unfolds and he can come over.
Good.
Great.
Excellent.
Well, Danny, thank you very much.
Danny.
We appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys.
Go enjoy the pregame.
Will do.
Yep. And
Have a good show.
Yep,
Thanks, guys.
you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
I'll get
Flyers GM Danny Briere here on the Press Row Show. Like we always say, you never know who's going to make their way onto the Press Row Show.
Appreciate it.
And of course, it is. I mean, we say it a lot, but it's the #1 rated pregame, intermission, postgame show this side of the Mississippi, south of the Arctic Circle and north of the equator. So, thanks for coming on. So, a lot of good stuff there. There was a lot of info. Listen, we love you. You love me.
Yes.
We're a happy family with a great big hug. Not a kiss from me to you. Won't you say? Well, we all love all of you too. There were certain things that I wanted to make sure that we got to. I don't actually know. We'll have this chat during first period.
Yeah.
But there were certain things that I think it's really important that we got out of him while he was here, because you know how social media is. And the thing that it's this constant back and forth where you see people who make a lot of assumptions about things, and there are narratives that are out there that I think some people kind of feed into, and then it's pretty soon the whole thing takes on a life of itself. And like the big thing there on the character question was I could not believe. I know that fans are fickle. Some fans, not all. Our fans are the smartest ones there are. But there are a lot of fickle fans out there who, like, they saw Couturier's comments and they, like, just assumed that this guy was some big narcissist because he, like,
it's ridiculous.
Because he had the quote unquote, like, audacity to voice his displeasure. And it's like, listen, I've only, it was like, what, two years that I was with you most games in the locker room?
Yeah.
I'm not going to act like I know Sean Couturier well. We're not on, like, the Christmas card list or whatever. But, like, my interactions with him were always very humble guy, pretty to himself, quieter sort of lead by example guy.
Our camera agrees with you.
See, that's great. I love when that happens. But, like, I couldn't believe, Ant. Like, it's amazing how, and it kind of comes back to what I was saying before about blind loyalism that some people have for the coach right now, where they turned on Sean Couturier in a way that, like, I didn't expect, because you have he's been here 11 years, right? Am I crazy? No, it's not. Yeah. It's over 11 years.
Couturier?
He came in when he was 18 years.
I think it's 13 years
It's
now.
amazing how
12 or 13.
one decision to scratch the guy, 13 years of playing and giving it all here, that there were people who were just ready to turn because the coach scratched him. I could not.
Well, I
could not believe it, but at the same time, I wanted to make sure that we had that on the record from a guy who played with them and is in this capacity.
It was a good question. I was not upset that you asked the question at all. I think it's a good question, and I'm glad that we got the answers that we got. The only question that I wanted to get to that we didn't get to, but I wanted to make sure we got those last two in, because I know Bundy was going to ask about Kolosov, and I wanted to ask about the injured defenseman, was as open and honest as Danny is with us here, and he comes on in the show, periodically, and he tells us answers everything for us. I mean, he couldn't have been more honest about the situation today than he was.
Yeah.
Why did it take till today? Why do we have to wait to get Danny on our show to find out the real reasons why this is happening? Why is when questions are being asked, are they being dismissed? And it's between the coach and the player.
Oh, you're talking about from the coach.
Well, that's the thing. He doesn't come out to talk about it, and when he does, he dismisses it as, that's not for you to know, it's for just between me and the player. Yeah. But then the GM comes on and he gives you this eloquent response as to why that's the case. And that to me is the one thing that I have not been able to get an answer to. Like, why do we allow that to be the case?
Well,
in other words, would everybody have gotten upset at Sean Couturier for the response that he had if that was just out there from the beginning, that, hey, his body's breaking down a little bit, we feel like he just needs a quick little reset, he's not doing it, he's not playing poorly, he's playing the right way, we got to give him a chance to recuperate. Why not just come out and say that?
That's what I got out of it too. Intern, can you fix the camera?
Intern.
You're having a rough day today, kid.
Oh my gosh.
You're having a rough morning.
Oh, because he doesn't have his headphones.
He doesn't have his headphones. He's on a delay.
Get your head out of your rear end.
No.
Oh my gosh.
If you want to sleep, go to Planet Hoth.
Planet Hoth?
It's cold, dreary.
It's a Star Wars reference.
Come on.
Look at that.
I have no idea.
Empire Strikes Back, man.
Give the young man his headphones. He's on a 10-second delay right now. That's part of the problem. We're like yelling down an echo chamber, and he hears us 10 seconds later.
You know what, Russ?
He's
having a rough day. Enough.
I'm trying to give the guy some credit here. I'm trying to give him a pass.
We're kidding you. Good morning, Andrew. Good morning,
we love
intern Andrew. We love our followers.
He's a great guy. He's one of the best guys we know.
So that's exactly what happened. And when people say it put Danny in a bad spot, that's why it puts Danny in a bad spot for the interview we just had. Yeah. It would have been, first of all, you could kind of hear it, right? I'm not going to speak for him because I love Danny. He's a good friend and he's done a great job. But one of the things is that what I think I just heard you saying is exactly right. If you're honest about it, or you skirt it in a way that doesn't embarrass the player, then you don't have any polarizing moment.
Correct.
But Torts, again, I'm going to say it because it doesn't matter. It's obvious to everybody. This is what he does.
Yeah.
So again, and it makes me ask myself, because I've had another head coach say, what is going on? Yeah. From the day he made him captain, and by all accounts it was him, he started crapping on him. Yeah. And it almost looks like you have to ask, is that deliberate?
Yeah.
Was that a staged, planned coup? Because maybe the coach is saying, we got some brutal games coming, and we got 30 games to go to finish at the time, right? At the time.
Right.
Yeah. And he's saying, this is the way we're going to make it. This is why, right? And again, Danny didn't have to say it. This model of coaching is not sustainable.
Correct.
It's unsustainable coaching. And that's why a guy like this that goes anywhere for 3 or 4 years, and it doesn't matter. It's not me being mean or bullying a guy like Torts. You can't go more than 3 or 4 years because the way he coaches, you're never going to have guys buy in for longer than a year and a half or 2.
Yeah.
Maximum.
That's why, I mean, and let's be honest, that's why coaches turn over in this league
all the time, but then you get guys that are way more into it, they get turned over quicker, or it makes you question it even further. Again, do I like the way he's coached? It's worked. I can't argue it. But do I like the process? No. Because you've polarized the moment, you've trashed your captain that you apparently named, and you've made it, and then you don't take questions about it. And the GM, who comes on and answers everything that we'd wanted.
I think that's the bigger problem.
That is the problem.
And listen, there are people who are going to get in their feelings about us wanting to hold that accountable. The coach preaches accountability. When you make the decision to scratch the captain, you should be the one talking to the media, not Rock.
What was the last one? The last quote was up there. He should have been coaching college football. He would have been perfect against a counterpart to Lou Holtz in 1988 at Notre Dame. If there was another rival to Notre Dame, John Tortorella wouldn't have been a perfect counter to Lou Holtz.
I mean, this is stuff, and look, it's worked in the past, right? I mean, it's worked for him in the past. It worked for guys like Mike Keenan. It worked for Ken Hitchcock.
Where did it really work beyond the first time, though, with Tampa Bay?
Well, no, I got you.
Look at the Rangers. Yeah. He had a great team. He couldn't take it there. They had to get rid of Vigneault. Vigneault got them to the finals.
Right, correct. But I'm saying, this mentality in hockey, it's worked with guys like Babcock. It's worked with Keenan. It's worked with Hitchcock. It worked with Herb Brooks. But it's a mentality
but they're all anomalies, right?
Yes. No, it's not that they're anomalies.
They're kind of like outliers.
It's not that they're outliers. It's that it was a generational thing. And it was something that you accepted back then. And I don't think today's athlete buys into it for as long as those guys bought into it back then.
That's what I'm saying to you is that and that's exactly my point.
Yeah.
That voice just doesn't matter. You could have the same team next year, and they could be 13th in the conference.
Correct.
That's why the sustainable business model that Danny and Jonesy are trying to build goes exactly with what you said about the accountability and building something that's lasting to give your team a shot for 6 or 7 years, a window that's open.
Yeah.
So that's why, and I said it last year, when this team's good, is John Tortorella going to be the coach? I'd be stunned. Absolutely stunned if he is. Because, again, the clock will have worn out with the antics by then.
And that's not a knock on Torts.
No, that's just the way it goes.
Right.
That's the life expectancy of the way he coaches.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Which is why, I've said since day one, and this is always my favorite thing, people think that, I've done some kind of heel turn on Torts because he's been a dick to Anthony. I can say that word because I've heard it on both radio stations now. I'm just going to say that it's a clear word to say.
It's not one of the 7 bad words.
It's certainly not. People think that because he was a dick to Ant that I've all of a sudden kind of become, I'm a chihuahua. I just typically do bite at people's heels anyway. But no, if you go back to even when he was hired, the reason I was happy they hired Torts at the time was because I knew it'd get Chuck Fletcher out of town because I thought Chuck Fletcher was an absolute horrific president of hockey ops. And it did. And it happened because he eats up GMs and spits them out. That's what he does. That's what he's done over the course of his career.
Brutal on presidents and GMs, yeah.
But the thing that I've said from then, and then when they turned the page and they talked about rebuild and everything, I said, he's not a guy to rebuild with, and he's not a guy that's going to take you from rebuild to that contending window, because I don't think that this style of coaching and what he expects from these players is sustainable over a 5-year period, which realistically, from the start of his tenure to where Mishkov comes over in a few years, is where you flip that switch to hopefully be a contender. It doesn't, his timeline, his age, all of it, it doesn't add up, and it hasn't added up since Jump Street. And so I think that the messaging on my side of things, at least, has been pretty consistent that, right coach for maybe going over the hump, but wrong time in this rebuild.
Well,
he could be good for the culture.
We said this at the beginning of last year.
Yeah. He could be good for the culture and instilling that, but I don't think he's the guy.
Well, it'll be interesting to see.
You to the process.
It'll be interesting to see what happens going forward. When his tenure ends and why it ends. That will be the interesting thing to me, because I tend to agree.
I already know the answer. I already know what it is.
Yeah.
The voice got old, and we needed a new direction and change.
Yeah.
The voice got too old. That's what it's going to be, and it'll be sooner than later.
Could be.
It will.
But my thought process is, and this is where I slightly disagree with you, but only a little bit.
That's okay.
Because I agree that I don't think he's going to be the coach when they are contending for a Stanley Cup. I don't. But at the same time, I do think that he can be the right coach to get you to a point where the next guy is the coach that gets you to the Stanley Cup.
Yes.
So in other words, I think that he can put the foundation in place and get certain guys playing a certain way that gets you to that next point. That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be the one that's here.
And again, we don't know. We never heard.
Right.
I mean, there's coaches out there though. I mean, there's
for sure.
I mean,
and there will be more. And listen, there are going to be more quality coaches that are also going to be available over the next few years. And all of this is to say, as we let off the show, it's really important to point out the fact that I think we are all in agreement. John Tortorella has gotten far more out of this team, out of this collection of players this season.
He's done an incredible job.
Than anyone has had any right to do.
He should be a Final Three.
If he's not a Jack Adams finalist, it would be a joke.
And is he going to tell us that we don't say positive stuff? Listen, you can like him or not like him. He's done an unbelievable job this year.
Correct.
Does that mean it happens next year? No. This year, he has done a marvelous job.
Yes.
And he should be considered for one of the for the Coach of the Year award for the Jack Adams.
And it's not even a question.
It's not a question.
100%.
So I don't know how much more. We're called towards what he is, but we are fair.
You know what? You know what's funny though,
and
Bundy?
You know what else, Russ? We're not dicks.
That's right. Well, we are. I am. But here's the other thing. I saw somebody tweet the other day, and it made me laugh. And it proved my point about blind loyalism and just the fact that, like, some people, they do this. Somebody was like, I loved listening to you guys when you trashed Fletcher and when you trashed Hackstall and when you trashed what Hextall was doing and when you trashed Mike Yeo. But I don't like it anymore because you're going after Torts. We are consistent.
Dude,
we are consistent, and we will praise somebody when they do a really good job, and we'll be critical when we think that there's something wrong.
So I heard somebody saying the other day on Twitter to you, like, oh, Anthony made it up. Okay, I'm going to say this for the last time.
The made it up thing.
Anthony never made this up, all right? If you trust me and believe me as a former player, that doesn't really peddle in the world of conspiracy theories and all the other things that come along. It was factual what was sent to Anthony, all right? Secondly, because of that, doesn't give Torts the right to act like Lord Farquaad at every friggin' press conference at the end of the game. It doesn't. You can't go up there and look at a reporter asking an honest question without knowing the backstory and act like that. And so that takes us off because it's ridiculous. Ask the questions, and maybe you'll find out the answer that you don't necessarily want. Well, but you can't go up and do that Well,
he can because it's what he does, and it's kind of funny in a sense. But at the same time, it's like, if that hadn't been a guy that he acted... I tweeted this yesterday, and this is the last thing I want to say about Torts before we go on to today's game. Again, it comes back to blind loyalism that some people have developed for the coach, which is fine. You can do it. You're a fan. Live your best life. However... What?
Not the gumdrop buttons.
Not the buttons.
That's RX 87.
You're a monster.
Not the gumdrop. Sorry, I just had
the thing is that it comes back to the blind loyalism thing, and it's this. The coach does this with veteran players. He did this with Kevin Hayes. Torts' main contention with Anthony the first day was you said you have sources and I call BS, and that what you said will stick with him long after he's done playing or whatever it was. It'll stick. That's the kind of thing that sticks with him. Two problems. One, the people who say that Ant made a thing up miss the context because the short clip that Chicklets put out and that BR Open Ice put out, I believe omits the part where Ant says, I've had multiple sources have told me. Kevin Hayes, fingerprints were all over this, right?
I had it sent to me too.
I'm saying, there was that part that had been clipped off. That's important because it's not him making something up, it's him passing along information that was presented. That's one. Two, the thing that really has stuck with Kevin Hayes isn't a one-night quote about what things were said to Anthony about Cutter Gauthier. What sticks with a guy like Kevin Hayes and has continued to stick with him is the idea that he's an incredibly lazy player, which he might be. But it's that he had the A stripped off his sweater by this coach when he was here. and that the coach scratched him multiple times without giving a real reason about it last season. And that is something that has stuck with the player onto his next stop and probably will stick with him from now until the end of his playing days. Not a night where a thing came out about what sources said about Cutter Gauthier. So, like, again.
It's going to stick with him for life. Yeah, it stuck with him for like 3 minutes.
Yeah. And so.
Oh, it's
now,
life. Stuff will stick with you for life.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
So, let's get to today's game. Because I know that that's why everybody's here. It wasn't for Danny Briere, and it certainly wasn't for us to once again point out hypocrisy.
Oh, I forgot to do Flyer pregame radio. I guess I should head over there.
Are you supposed to go over? I guess you should.
I'll go over and give them my spiel, and I'll come back and give you guys mine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So we forgot to do his job.
Oh, hey, I have another job. Let me go do it.
This is why we love Bundy. Martinez is probably sitting there going like,
where's Bundy today?
Where is he?
Where's Bundy?
Where's Bundy? I got to talk to my. Oh, Brian, me and you. That's it. No Bundy today.
Well, I guess we'll find Bundy when he gets here. We'll find him.
Let's get today's game.
Yeah.
Because Boston is a team that we have said time in and time out, time and time again, that Boston is not playing the same way. They're not playing to the same success that they've previously had.
They've gotten back into first place, though, somehow.
Well, what I was going to say is, leading up to this really rough stretch, that had been the thing. Except Boston is really good.
Yeah.
And Boston is starting to round into that form that we've talked about a bunch of times. There are certain teams that have a certain core, that have a certain ability to really ramp things up as the playoffs get close. And Boston has done exactly that. They're in excellent form. They've gotten themselves back to the top. And at the same time, there's part of me that thinks, boy, oh boy, you get Sean Couturier back in the lineup. It fires the team up. Is there a chance that a Flyers team I would not have picked a week ago, now because Couturier rejoins the lineup and is highly motivated and the team is highly motivated to perform, maybe today's the day that the Flyers pick up a win against Boston? We'll get to that in a little bit with our predictions. And how do you see these teams lining up from each other today? And is there a chance that the Flyers make this game into a much more competitive one than, remember, last week they were in Boston. It was take a lead, blow a lead, take a lead, blow a lead, so get blown out in the third, and then kind of get themselves back into it.
Well, that's the thing I want to talk about last week because, you looked at that game and said, okay, they're going into Boston. Now they got this beat-up lineup, right, that they're going out there with, and they're starting the backup goalie, and, Boston just, they're going to light them up. And that was kind of like what we all thought was going to happen. And while it didn't happen until the beginning of the third period, the Flyers still played a pretty solid game against them.
Yeah.
All right? There were some defensive breakdowns on the goals there in the beginning of the third period. That kind of sucked for them. And, of course, Sandstrom needs to make the save on the sixth goal. Otherwise, you're probably pick up a point because you're probably going to get to overtime with a nice comeback there. I look at that and I say, you know what? They played with Boston. They played with Boston in Boston.
Yep.
And that's not something that you would have thought they would have been able to do. Now you go tonight and you got like you said, a refreshed Sean Couturier after sitting out for a couple of games, coming back into the lineup, and you're going with Sam Ersson in goal today, as opposed to, I know the music just stopped. Everybody's like,
that was weird. Yeah, that's usually like right before.
Yeah,
comes out.
But Ersson's back in net as opposed to Sandstrom, and it was important that Torts talked about this the other night when Ersson had a really nice game against Toronto, and he said it was important for Erss to get his swagger back in that game. And I agree with the coach on that, because that kind of sets you up for this game. Because I think that there's a real good chance that the Flyers play this game a lot tighter than they did in Boston, and with a little bit more fervor to it. Washington winning that game last night against Carolina in a shootout got them within 2 points with a game in hand. The tiebreakers are really interesting how they work. There's nothing. I mean, the Flyers are certainly ahead at this point, but it's a very, very slim margin in the tiebreakers that could change. The regulation wins they're tied, so regulation plus overtime is the second tiebreaker. Flyers are up 1 on Washington in that thing, so that kind of diminishes the shootout victory they got last night. Yeah. But you're looking at these two games today, where you got Boston and Florida tomorrow. and you sit there and say, they've got to get 2 points here in these games. And they decided that the Boston game was the one that they felt was more likely to get, and that's why Urson's playing this game today. And so I think that they really are calculating a lot of this and looking at it and saying this is a winnable game, whereas you're right, a week ago this would not have been viewed as a winnable game.
Which, you know, like you come back to it. So reiterate that one more time about the decision to play Erson in net today.
They looked at this. Look. It's a tough choice, right? I mean, you're talking about the two best teams in the East right now, in Boston and Florida, and you're saying we have to play them back to back. Which game are we picking Erson to play that we think we can win with him? Not to say that not to say that the Florida game would be a scheduled loss. But the reality of it is they played really well defensively against Florida this year as a team. So you sit there and say, if we're playing well defensively against their system, right, so then maybe we could go with the backup goalie in that game because the team in front of him is playing well defensively. Whereas Boston, they haven't really had that play better defensively against their system. The goalie has had to be a difference maker, and they haven't been. So they're hoping that Urs could be a little bit of a difference maker against Boston today.
There's something really nice about this because it was the last 2 weekends, 2 out of the last 3 weekends, right, where we looked at the matchups and we said, flip the goalies and maybe things don't go sideways. Like there was the Pittsburgh game.
Yeah.
And then it was last week against Boston, right? Who was in net against Boston? Was it?
It was Sandstrom against Boston.
It was Sandstrom.
Yeah.
It was the same thing. It was like, man, if Urson's in net and he's on his game, do they blow that many leads? All that. I at least am kind of happy with the fact that it looks like they did play the matchup game today.
Yeah,
but there's another element to
but I
this
think
too.
it's more the defense than it is the goalie.
I look at one other thing beyond that too. They go with Erson tonight because who do they play on Tuesday? The Rangers.
Rangers, right.
I'm not saying that having him play 2 games in 3 nights is a bad thing, right?
Right.
Like tomorrow, he would have to play Florida, and then 2 nights later he'd be playing the Rangers. But you do give him that extra night's rest between this game and that one. He goes
and he
into
played
it,
and he played great against the Rangers the last time they played.
And to me, that's the bigger play. Like it's not only because you think this matchup is more advantageous, it's also getting him best set up for success for Tuesday night. Because Tuesday night, again, you're not catching the Rangers in the standings, but that's a game that really you kind of have to get that monkey off your back.
They might be the team you play in the playoffs. It's a possibility.
That's a game that I think fundamentally, mentally, you need to pick up the win against the Rangers. So it's nice to see them going this way with the netminder rotation, which is nice. So here we are. And I have to tell you, I was worried that we weren't going to be able to get through a full hour of pregame. And I now tell you that we have 15 minutes until the national anthem, and I am now worried that we're not going to have 15 more minutes of content. Just kidding. We could talk forever. We could talk for hours and hours and hours.
You alone.
That's true. That is true. I want to take a look at a couple of other things, but we were talking to Danny Briere. So I just want to point this out. If you're joining us now on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube, thank you. Like the video, share the video, subscribe, ring the bell if you're on YouTube especially so you get notified whenever we go live with the Press Row Show, the morning after recap, Snow the Goalie, the Only Flyers podcast, when interviews hit the feed. You want to make sure that you get updated and notified. I wanted to try to get to 4,000. Is it 3,000 or 4,000 subscribers that we're closer to? I think it might be 3. I want to try to get that channel up on YouTube. That'd be really great. So if you haven't done so already, please subscribe. But if you missed Danny Briere on pregame, he was here, 5-10 minutes into the show. So you can always scrub back. Scrub.
Yes.
Little Wonka reference. You see
it was
the
a great
Wonka
interview.
movie? Do you see the Wonka movie yet?
The new one? No.
Yeah. Oh, great movie. I can't believe you had Mr. Thespian with your musicals. I can't believe you didn't say anyway. You can scrub back a little bit and you can go listen to Danny Briere's comments before you come back to this part. But Briere, I think, was very open. I do want to get your feeling on this because we didn't ask him that, and I wouldn't expect him to answer it, at least on camera here. But for a guy that had played with Sean Couturier and had a friendship with Sean Couturier.
Wait a second.
What?
Before you ask this question.
What?
Our Hextall 87 was going to bring us insomnia cookies beforehand, but we started early. You know what? We're here the whole game.
We're here the whole game, our Hextall 87.
You could bring the cookies up.
I love the insomnia cookie with the M&Ms.
You want.
The M&M ones are great.
Anyway,
great.
back to your point.
Our Hextall 87, that would help you climb the power rank. You're already high up. help you climb the power rankings of the fans here on the Press Row Show. But all right, let's get back to the Briere and Couturier thing. They have a friendship. They played together. Briere is in a position where he's overseeing a team that has a guy that he has a friendship with. Do you think that there was a small part of him at least that was like, you know what, I don't agree with the decision to scratch the captain. I think that there's a better way to go about it.
Yeah.
Do you think on a personal level there was a little bit of disagreement with the decision to scratch the captain?
Well, I mean, I think that there was something that he said, and I wish that, I have it exactly, but you'd have to go back and listen. But he called it a tactic. I thought that was an interesting word.
Yeah.
To call it a tactic, right? And I think that, and I don't want to sit here and deconstruct Danny Briere's comments, but I think that that's suggesting that it was probably a way that the coach looked at doing it, that maybe Danny wouldn't have done the same way in the same spot, but at the same time, look, we're going to give you the leeway you need,
yes,
because you've been so successful for us this year, and so go ahead. Not convinced that it's the best way to go about it, but I trust your judgment because your judgment's been right all along for this season. Yeah. So I think that's more kind of what he means by that.
Hold on. Our Hexall87 now taunting us. The exclusive orange flavored with Oreo are amazing. What the heck are Hexall87? That's not nice. I didn't eat today. I had a little protein bar on the way down. That was it. All I had today. Have you eaten?
I had a bowl of cereal for breakfast.
That's it? What kind of cereal you have?
I think it was Basic 4.
The hell's Basic 4?
It's a cereal.
Basic 4?
Yeah, it's got like fruit and nuts in it as well. Basic 4.
Drop your favorite cereal in the comments section.
It's not my favorite cereal, but it's one that's in the cupboard.
What's your favorite cereal?
Cracklin' Oat Bran.
What?
I don't eat sugar cereals. I used to like Lucky Charms and Fruity Pebbles.
So before you were like, losing weight and looking, healthier as a human being.
Yeah.
As you prepare for a wedding in the fall. If you were allowed, if your fiance didn't know and she's not watching the show right now, what would you say your favorite cereal is?
Back before I was,
your taste hasn't changed. What's your favorite cereal? Whether you eat it now or not, what is your favorite cereal? You get one bowl of cereal. What is it?
Probably the Fruity Pebbles.
I like that you put the in front of it. I'm thinking the Fruity Pebbles.
The Fruity Pebbles.
The Fruity Pebbles.
Probably. I used to like Fruity Pebbles a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, you know what it is? Does this count?
There we go. Hold on. Desert Fox, though, with Booberry. Booberry and Frankenberry,
both were good.
Those slap.
Let me throw this. Does this count? Because it's not really technically a cereal, but it is a breakfast in a bowl.
Okay.
Cream of wheat. I'm a big cream of wheat guy. No? Do you eat oatmeal?
That's okay, yeah.
Well, it's kind of the same. It's along the same lines. Right? Would you count oatmeal as a breakfast cereal?
I take that as it's more viscous. Right? So I don't know if I call it a cereal exactly. It's a warm cereal.
Yeah.
I like the by the way.
Anyway, we had a super chat and we just ignored it.
Well, no, we're gonna come back. We're gonna come back to it in a sec. You didn't ask me my favorite cereal, which is hurtful, but it's okay.
What is it?
Probably Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
That's a good one.
Which I don't. I will tell you, I don't eat. I do not eat cereal.
That's a top 5.
I'm like, this is like part of my like nonsense intermittent fasting that I like have unintentionally done to myself.
Yeah.
But I don't really eat breakfast anymore. But if I had to pick one, it's probably a Booberry or a Captain.
Captain Crunch is another great one.
A Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Wayne Fish. Okay.
Wayne Fish is interrupting the show here. We love Wayne Fish. Great guy.
Yeah.
He's been following the Flyers since before there were Flyers.
Say it again?
He's been covering them since like 1926, yes. I think is the year.
I'll check. We're live. I'll check when I'm done.
1946.
I will.
Yeah. We were just talking about Wayne Fish has covered the team since the world was in black and white. So we love Wayne Fish.
This is his 49th year covering hockey.
That's insane.
49 years.
Good on him. What a good guy.
Great guy.
Great guy. We should have him on the Press Row Show one of these days.
We had him on the beginning of the season.
Yeah, it was like one of the first episodes, and then you got, you fell into the beautiful eyes and the coiffed hair of Kevin Kurz, and you forgot about him, and the hilarity of Kimmelman, and the Staten Island soliloquies of Jackie Spiegel. All right, let's
Meltzer.
continue. Bill Meltzer. We love Bill Meltzer. All right, let's get to the super chat, which
Okay.
we appreciate, Tony. You didn't have to do that, but we appreciate it. We will use this money to buy intern Andrew a better pair of headphones. That's not true. He has great headphones. Fantastic headphones.
He's like, oh my God, they're
He has
talking.
to listen. He has
they're
to
talking
listen on
about
a
me
10-second
again.
delay.
They're
He's like,
talking about
son
me
of a
again.
biscuit. We'll see. Hold on. I'm just gonna wait. There it is. So legitimately, he's on like a 10-second delay, and then he just goes. I love it. It's great. All right. Anyway, Tony Louis says, and on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your faith in our scouting department? They're not going to have high picks over the next few years, and we need talent.
I think that their scouting department has done a decent job over the years. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, they've had hits and they've had misses, but every team's got the misses, right? I think that the bigger problem was when Hextall was here, and like he would just go off on his own. Yeah, he'd go rogue and pick his own guys as opposed to who the scouts wanted. But I mean, no, they've done it. They've done a good job at getting NHL talent. What they have not done a good job is unearthing a top-end talent that comes from later in the draft that sometimes teams get. Not always, but sometimes teams get. And that's not something that they've done. But look at if you look at their draft last year, there's a lot to be excited about. I mean, look at the seasons that Oliver Bonk had in London and Denver Barkey had in London. Obviously, Mishkov is they look at as a generational talent. They got 2 more goaltenders coming. Bjarnason and what's the goalie, the other Russian goalie? Why am I not forgetting his name?
Not Kolosov.
No, not Kolosov. The other one.
Which one are you talking about? Not Fedotov.
No, it'll come to me. Anyway.
Herman Rubtsov. Is he switching positions? No?
Not him. But anyway, you look at that draft and it's a lot to be excited about. And it's the same scouts, right? And, coming forward. And I think that's, I think Danny lets his Zavragin.
Well, they kept a lot of the scouts from Fletcher Mort to Briere, right? They kept some.
There are some scouts that have been not just from Fletcher's time, but even before that.
Yeah.
Even before Hextall. There's some that have been there for a long time. They have some new scouts as well that they've added into the mix. So, I do have confidence in this scouting department. I do think it's a good scouting department. Yeah, to answer his question.
That's good. Very good. The real key, I think, in all of this is going to be, this draft is obviously really important because they have multiple firsts.
Yeah, but it's not a great draft.
What I'm saying is, and actually, this is a point that I would love to bring up, and we'll probably talk about this closer to the draft.
Yeah.
I will point this out, though. Scouts aren't always right? So right now, the perception is that there aren't generational talents in this draft. There really aren't that many franchise cornerstones in this draft. There are a lot of really good players in this draft. The key is find the guy who ends up being the one that you look back at the draft and go, how the hell did everybody miss out on this guy? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, look at Tampa, for example. Mm-hmm. What rounds were Braden Point and Kucherov drafted in?
They were late.
They're mid-round guys. So that's what the Flyers have not been able to do is find those guys in the middle to late rounds. They find NHL caliber players.
Yes.
They do a good job at getting guys who are bottom sixers that make it into the NHL and are key contributors, right, at the lower levels of the lineup. But at the same time, they're not finding those diamonds in the rough who become stars.
Which is why I'm saying, listen, you have multiple firsts. Wouldn't it be like, look, even if you whiff on one of the firsts, but the other one, even if it's the lower of the two, ends up being a guy who's like a legitimate player that ends up being somebody that, like, hey, in a draft that, like, you didn't have a top 3 pick that was seen as a weak draft, but you, like, got a guy who's, like, star-ish level. Even if it's star adjacent, doesn't even have to be franchise cornerstone. Just like a legitimate top-line player.
Yeah.
Or a guy who can develop into being a top-pair defenseman. Imagine what a burden that takes off this team going forward.
Yeah.
Right? That's all you need. You know? You don't have to get lucky necessarily with, like, a 4th-round pick. It's more about, like, use these high picks, and maybe you will get lucky, or maybe your scouts, you do lean on them and you say, hey, we have a lot of goalies in the pipeline, but there's a guy that we really do believe can be the guy long term. All right, you draft that guy, and he turns out to be this generation's, like one of the top 3 guys in the league. Cool. You find it, like, I don't know. There's part of me that wants to believe the scouting department is solid, and let's see. The crappy thing about it, Ant, I think, is you have to wait a lot of years in hockey to see the fruit of the labor unless the guy jumps off the page and just absolutely wows you out of absolutely nowhere. And those are really anomalies in this league.
It is. You're right. And so that's the thing. I mean, that's part of what makes the NHL what it is, right? I mean, teams that draft well will have sustained success. Teams that draft okay might fluctuate a little bit more. Teams that draft poorly will have sustained downtime.
Yeah.
So I think that's really just kind of how you look at it. It used to be before the salary cap that if you were an okay drafter or you were a down drafter, that you could. Boston fans, they're just they're taunting us.
We're not.
Beat it!
They're taunting us.
Beat it, Bruins scum!
But it used to be able to buy your way out of bad drafting or just mediocre drafting.
Yep.
You can't do that anymore. So now that's what I'm saying. Like the best drafting teams are the ones that are going to have sustained success for multiple years. But that's what the Flyers are hoping they can get to. How was it going on the radio there, Bundy? Were they like surprised? Oh, look, you showed up.
Good. It's like one big family up here, so I figured now I'm at the point now where I just keep switching back and forth. The pregame. You know what? We want to make sure we get our messaging out to everybody that's listening, people coming into the games. I'll tell you what, guys, I have an amazing person coming on first intermission. And I wanted to let you know it's a great story, but a young youth hockey player coming to see us, guys. We got a great story I'm going to share with you guys. So,
oh yeah,
nice.
Yeah. So it's really special, and I'm really excited about it. It just happened, and I'll fill you guys in at the period.
All right, cool.
I actually said here to Jason and Brian Smith on Flyers pregame, and I'm going to hold true to this.
Yeah.
This is the most monumental hockey game the Flyers have played since the bubble in Toronto.
I think that you're right about that.
It is the most important identity hockey game that this team has. I've had enough of this team, of Boston, coming in here, smacking the Flyers every time they play them, walking off with 2 points. Guys like McAvoy never getting hit. Guys like Marchand beaking off. Pasternak getting a free ride. Somebody needs to come out here today and smack them around and let them know, you know what, I don't care what you got. It's our day today. And that's the message that needs to be sent. I tell you what, if I were coaching this team, I'd have them ready to go through a concrete wall right now. Like, it would be jacked right up. Because I'm jacked up, man, I'd love to be playing today in this game. It's a great opportunity for the orange and black.
Now, today is a very important game for us to predict because after the Carolina game, I picked up 2 points. I, for the first time all season, sit in first place in our predictions.
You do. You have 40 points.
40 points. You guys are tied at 39 apiece.
It's always the guy who has no clue what he's doing that wins.
That's usually like how it is.
That's right.
The people that put thought into it, like us,
Yes.
doesn't like the jack turd down there, right? He's like, let me see who Bundy and Anthony pick. I'll just pick opposite. There's no real thought. There's no real process.
Hey, remember how you said that the last game, and then I ended up picking the same team, and I got the score?
But anyway,
all right, quick predictions.
But you know what the funny thing is? We all have, the three of us have the same exact record. Russ just has 1 extra point because he got an exact score. We are all 35 and 33 picking games this year. Isn't that a riot?
That's unbelievable.
And we've not been the same. Like, every game is different, right?
So, you know, people always say, like, they hear, like, some NHL guy or someone like Otani.
We have 26 seconds. We need to get the picks in, quick.
4-2 Flyers. Solid, no thought. 4-2 Flyers. Night's over, Boston. Get out of town.
What do you got there, Russell?
I'm going to take the Flyers today, 5-3.
Andrew, what do you got on your pick there?
He says 4-3 Bruins.
Ooh.
And Sanfoni, he's going to take the Bruins. Go ahead.
4-3 Flyers.
Yep.
Wow!
Look at that.
Flyers win this game.
We're
today.
all flyered up here today.
Fired up, baby. All right, we'll be back. First intermission. A big thank you. Hey, we had a bigger live audience on YouTube. If you haven't done so, please like the video, share the video, subscribe. We'll be back. First intermission, second intermission, and postgame here on the Press Row Show, the #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show this side of the Mississippi, south of the Arctic Circle and north of the equator. Talk to you soon. Welcome into the Press Row Show, the #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show this side of the Mississippi, south of the Arctic Circle, north of the equator. I don't know. We need to add another one on there. I think we need a fourth. We'll get there. We'll get there by the time the playoffs roll around. Playoffs. Welcome in.
Knowing you, it'll be like a whole 2.5 minute introduction at some point. Bundy and I can just come on late.
Maybe. It's possible. Guys, first period down. Scoreless here. What the heck just fell? Scoreless.
That's my mic.
Scoreless here at Wells Fargo Center. And you talked about the fact that the last time these teams played, they played a solid defensive game against the Bruins. Both teams held scoreless in the first. What did you see there?
There were some chances. I mean, the thing that really kind of bothers you is that they didn't really generate anything on the power play. Like, they had a couple opportunities there, right, Bundy? It just didn't really. It was just kind of blah.
Yeah, there's not a lot going on, and again, like so when you put the skill guys on the power play 1, PP1, they continually look for the perfect play, but it's not always available. So again, I mean, I always say the power play is best with a shot. I know it sounds repetitive, but they have to find pucks and get traffic to the front of the net so that they can go and hack and whack at it. I mean, that's where the money is. It's in front. It's going to be in the traffic areas on any power play. But they're looking for perfection, and perfection's just not there sometimes. So they have to be more efficient, and they have to find ways just to get pucks to the net and traffic there, because this is not a skill set power play. It's just not.
No.
But they continually treat it like it is, rather than just a meat and potatoes type of power play.
Yeah, and Scott sounds surprised, and I'm not. To be honest, it's the same thing all year long. But in games like this, if you are earmarking this game as the most important game, as Bundy said, since the bubble, right? And
yep.
I don't disagree with you. I think it is for this organization. You have to find ways, and when you're given those opportunities, this is the time that somebody has to do something, and they just, I don't know. I felt like there were some chances for them to do some things offensively that period, and they didn't take advantage of it, and that could come back to bite them.
Yeah, and again, power plays become, this time of year, they're at a premium, and when you get them, you got to capitalize once in a while. If you can get 1 out of 5, it's 20%. Again, it seems easier said than done, and it clearly has been for this group, but I just don't like the process of their power play. Because I always look at it from the other team defending it, and never like what the Flyers are doing, and they just make it too easy for the other team to defend. Because a lot of times if they go around the perimeter and you're a defenseman, I put play myself as a left D in this situation, just watching it. There's not a whole lot you have to do except cover space.
Right.
And if you have to cover space, other than worrying about a true sniper or someone who's going to hurt you, then you don't have a whole lot to worry about if that is not in play. So again, the Flyers' power play hasn't been good, but I don't like the fact that they haven't made it more difficult on teams. They're looking for perfection, and it's not there.
Yeah, and it's not. But to their credit, I think that they've played a pretty solid defensive game. I mean, Boston a couple times has had the puck with speed, and the Flyers have been able to close the gap on them a little bit, and not give up like glorious chances back the other way. So I kind of think that they've done a nice job in their own end. It's going to be curious to see how things go now in the second period with the longer change.
Yes.
To me, I think that's something that you worry about when you play Boston.
Yep, and they'll be the Flyers will be afforded some more power play time, about maybe 30 seconds, I think, a minute and 27 maybe, to start the period.
Yeah.
So there'll be another opportunity on that clean sheet of ice. And ironically, when teams come out with that new sheet, they usually don't score as much as you think with the clean ice. And that's been like a trend. People have always tracked that. But it's an opportunity. The Flyers, these games are going to come down sometimes to special teams. And it looks like tonight may be one of those games. It's tight. It's a real tight game. The shots are low. There's not a lot of space, 5-on-5. And listen to Andy there. Pasternak missed an empty net on a one-timer. So the Flyers a little bit lucky at times, but again,
didn't Forster hit a post?
He
too?
did. Yeah, nice long shot. Yeah, he did earlier in that period. But again, more pucks to the front of the net, more pucks in the paint, and you have to go after it. You have to have a knack for it, and you got to get your nose right in there and get dirty.
How are we feeling? Well, you know what, Bundy, is that our guest over there?
We do have a guest. It's a great story. It really is, and we will have him on About 3 minutes. A few minutes. Yeah, well, give us 2 minutes, all right? We got.
Okay.
We're excited to share this story.
Special guest coming on in a little bit. Is there anything else that stood out to you guys in that period?
It was a classic, like, even strength type of game. You'd see this time of year. There's not a lot of space. And that's why I say, like, power play and special teams are going to really matter. But I think the Flyers, there's more there, and I think they really have to go after it a little bit more. I really do. And get the puck stopped in the zone. Like, I don't like the cycle sometimes. They got to do a better job on Pasternak, especially in the D zone.
Yeah, I mean, Boston's, they're trying to win their division, right? They're trying to get that top seed in the East, and they think it matters. So, like, they're out there playing a playoff-type defensive game, and the Flyers are playing right along with them, playing the same way. But, I mean, you really want to see them try and generate a little bit more, because one thing about the Flyers, when they're going good, they really get up the ice. Their defensemen get into the offensive, in the game offensively. They really push the envelope a little bit, and I feel like that's the thing that's been lacking a little bit in the first period today.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's almost like there's a little bit of a hesitancy, and I don't want that hesitancy. I want them to just kind of go out and go for it. Like the game in Carolina the other night, the third period. Yeah, that's the kind of style they need to play. It's a whole lot of effort. It's a north-south style game, and it works. But it's hard to tell guys that works. Because they want things to happen easily, right? They want the tap-ins and the one-timers and all that, but really that's not how this team is constructed. And they have to be a playoff team. If they're going to go in, there's got to be a muck and grind group that makes life miserable on the other team. And that's why I felt today was an opportunity to really stamp that and seal that on who their identity is for the remainder of this year with this game. 40 minutes left. It's 0-0. It should be an exciting 40 minutes.
Yeah, and Vineet pointed it out. I mean, we've already put his comment up, but he says the penalties kind of, break up that period a little bit. And, he's right. When you have 4 minor penalties, right, that's 8 minutes of the period that is played on special teams, so you don't really get that good even flow on the even strength play. So that might have had a little bit to do with it as well.
Do you think the reinsertion of Couturier into the lineup has given the guys an extra jump, or is it just business as usual?
I think it's business as usual. Yeah. I mean, he hasn't played a ton. He's played on the fourth line. I'm just trying to get his minutes right now. 5 shifts, 4 minutes and 17 seconds, so it's not been a ton of time.
It's 18 minutes, though, at the end of the night. If you almost 18 minutes.
No.
15. 4:57.
Oh, 4:57.
Yeah,
I thought you said 5:57.
Sorry.
No,
4:57. So,
okay.
Yeah, like 15 minutes. So, yeah, I mean, look, it is what it is. Maybe he'll play a little bit more as the game goes on, but as of right now, that's what it is. And I don't think it's had an impact to the first period.
Hey, a positive. If this goes to overtime, he'll be the first one out there, right? Because Torts likes to play bottom 6 guys to start overtime. Sometimes your best players don't even make it to the ice in overtime. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it works out for them.
We're gonna get our guest.
Yeah, let's get our guest.
Grab your guest.
Come on in, Brody.
I want Bundy to tell this story because
Absolutely.
this is all his. This is all him. This is great.
Well, yeah, it is. Come on in, Brody. Got a boy. Come on in here, buddy. You sitting right in that chair there.
What's up, Brody?
Put this on here. I got my big head. Let's fix these for you here, pal.
There we go. It's a really, really cool story.
Oh, look at that. Look at me breaking the mic.
Ant, you're a mess, Ant. An absolute mess.
There you go. Come on, Fred.
There we go.
Real close, okay.
Brody.
All right, so Bundy, why don't you tell us, Brody, why Brody's a special guest on the show today?
Brody is actually coming in from St. Louis, right?
Yeah.
So this is an unbelievable story, guys, and one that touches the heart and makes me want to get up out of bed every single day, like this guy right here. Brody was diagnosed with cancer a few months ago, and he is a 10-year-old, just turned 10 in March, and the top high school team in the St. Louis area,
the Edwardsville
Tigers are here at the Nationals High School Championships,
which are being played in Westchester,
right? Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And these kids, high school kids, found out that his passion for hockey and for people and for just being around people, and when he was going through his early stages of cancer, he was not feeling great. He was sleeping a lot. I read what his mom said. And it was the love and affection and adoration of these high school kids that brought Brody in, made him part of their team, and he is every bit the member that each one of these high school kids from St. Louis is part of. The St. Louis Blues has done an amazing job. We have, of course, connection with Craig Berube, our good friend here, who I know you know. Brody, how great is it for you as a young guy to be welcomed in like this and to be one of a great group of high school players, and you as the motivation for that?
It's really great because they feel like my big brothers now because I've been part of them since they invited me out to one of their puck drops, Cancer Night games, and now they just feel like my big brothers. Now I go to the locker room after every game, and the Cancer Night games, I sit in the penalty box and run it, and it just feels great.
So, and you played baseball, right? Was your sport?
Yeah.
And so,
I played baseball.
and so hockey. Now you're learning to play, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And how's that going?
Really good.
Yeah. So is it now? It's now your favorite
It's
sport,
not your
right?
favorite sport?
Yeah. Now it's my favorite sport, hockey.
How long have you been skating?
Since probably they invited me out to their first game.
And that was this year, right?
Yeah, that was
so,
this year.
Great. So let me ask you, how's the team? Have you played yet? How's the team doing? And when's the next game?
It's really good, but the next game, I think we're done for this year, but I think it's next year sometime, I don't know, sometime next year, because we're done for this year. Our last game was yesterday.
Oh, okay. Okay. So this is a real treat then today, right? Get to see Flyers, Bruins.
Yeah.
And he's a Flyer fan
well,
right
I was
now.
going to ask this question because you're from St. Louis, but you're wearing a Flyers jersey. Is this just a temporary thing just for today, or are you really a Flyers fan?
Just temporary.
Just temporary. Okay. Well, it's
I
all
love
right.
the honesty.
We
love that.
We
You're a
love
hockey
honesty,
fan.
right? You're a hockey fan, right? That's cool. That's really cool.
Well,
So
you're allowed to have a favorite team in both conferences, right?
That's right. You can have two favorite teams. They don't play each other that often,
Yeah.
right? That's totally cool.
Well, eventually, we'll get there, Brody. You'll eventually get there.
Brody,
Being
you
a
are.
Flyers fan grows on people after a while.
You might
maybe.
be after you leave here. Listen, I can't tell you enough how meaningful your story is to us.
Yes.
To every hockey player that plays in the National Hockey League should hear this story. And I just want to tell you how proud I am of you as a young person because you're doing amazing things. And I know one thing, you're making a difference in those hockey players' lives as much as they are in yours.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Keep trucking, kid.
Thanks.
Keep going. Good stuff. Really good stuff.
Great kid. Brody, you're welcome here anytime. You're now an
Anytime, pal.
official member of the Snow the Goalie family.
That's right.
And we love you for that, pal.
We love having you on. Thanks,
go.
Brody.
Thanks,
Appreciate
buddy.
it.
Go Flyers, right? Let's hear it. Can we have a Let's Go Flyers?
Let's go Flyers.
All right. All right.
There you go.
We're going to turn him into a
There
Flyers
you go.
fan.
Good
You
stuff.
wait.
Thanks,
Brody.
kiddo.
Just you wait.
Really
That's
good
awesome.
stuff. That was awesome.
You know,
Take care.
it's always Bundy who finds these stories, and a lot of emotion with that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Of course there's a lot of emotion. I mean, you never want to see anybody who's sick, right? I mean, I have a friend of mine who I saw last night who's going through it as well. But I mean, he's 53, right? And so like, you feel bad for him. You're like, oh, you're really young. But my goodness, does it really hit you and pull on the heartstrings when they're 10, 11 years old because they really haven't had a chance, you know what I'm saying, to do anything with life. And you really want that, you really want the best for them. And so, like, we're pulling hard for Brody, and hopefully that, he finds all the good stuff through hockey to keep him going and to keep
100%.
everything great. And
Yeah,
good find by you, Bundy.
You know what? Well, the coach of the team came up and saw me. He's like, hey, if you have, I'd love to be able to share a story. And I'm like, well, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, those are things in life like that we come down to the games and we follow a hockey team, but that's so meaningful, and it brings so much joy to my heart to see that. Like, really, I have kids, and to see how happy he is and to be cared for and loved like that by older kids, he'll never forget that. Neither will they.
No.
Go
absolutely.
Brody, man. Go Brody. You
100%.
got fans here,
Go
brother.
Brody.
Team Brody.
Awesome. That's great stuff.
Yeah, good stuff.
Do we know if the team won or lost yesterday?
They lost.
They're done, yeah.
Yeah, they lost yesterday. I know.
I wasn't sure if that was a championship, and they maybe.
Yeah, no, they didn't.
Well,
they did not win.
all right,
yesterday.
well.
But hey, you know what?
But you know what? He's a winner, though.
But here's the thing.
He's a winner.
I love that kid.
Here's the thing. If
But-
they would have won yesterday, they might not have been able to come to the game today.
Right.
Fair point.
Right. So
Fair
at
point.
least we wouldn't have had that story. Would have been a thing. So
That's a good point.
we take. There's a silver lining. in that touch of gray,
exactly
right?
right,
Every silver lining has a touch of gray.
Some of us
right?
have more gray than others.
For three big bullies, right? We're a bunch of big softies.
Well, it's a silly podcast. Although we have nice, serious stories like that. You know what? If you think about it, two of the best guests that we've had this year have happened in the last 2 weeks. We just had Brody, who's got a really inspirational story. We had Natalie last week, right?
Oh, at the carnival.
Who saved the rink
Saved the hockey rink.
in New Hanover Township.
Yeah.
We
do a little bit of good here sometimes.
Young people making a difference in the world, so important, right? To have young leaders like that share what's going on in our lives, and to make a difference in others. And I don't know, that little guy right there just inspired me for the.
Whose jersey was he wearing? I didn't know. So it was a stadium jersey.
I think it was a gritty jersey. I think it's 00.
Oh, it's 00. I saw the 0. I wasn't sure. Okay.
It was 00.
But he's got a Flyer shirt, and that's all that matters.
Yeah,
that's right.
Good stuff, man.
That's
Good
really
stuff.
cool. Very,
so we got
cool.
another big period coming up here, and again, I can't imagine we're going to see the same kind of kerfuffle with the shots on goal. I think it's going to open up a little bit more here.
Second period usually does open up a little bit more. And it's really kind of interesting because it's almost like, okay, this is the third time that they're playing each other this year. Second time within a week that they're playing each other. And so, they know each other's game a little bit off of last Saturday. So I think that was kind of like, let's see what we can do with these guys. Look at this. Did you see this? Now, how are you handling that? Super chat.
Oh. Okay.
Oh,
all right. D-Mako, we will figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll make sure that we earmark it.
I would like that money to go to cancer research.
Yeah.
It starts somewhere, like I do addiction stuff, but that needs to go to cancer research.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's where we're going to
We'll figure out where and how to get it there.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
That ain't for me, man. That's for much better cause than that. Thank you. Thank you.
1,000%. But yes, the second period, I think you have a little bit of tendency to open it up a little bit, right? Because the long change, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Bundy.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to be a little bit smarter about when you're making that change, and it kind of opens up the gaps a little bit sometimes too, because your forwards are trying to get off and your defensemen are on, and then they're kind of backing in. They can't really challenge the play, right?
Yep.
So I think that you might see a little bit more offense in this period.
Yeah. How close the defense are with the Flyers, I'm just saying the Flyers, how close the defense are to the forwards on the backtrack in the neutral zone will dictate a lot of the tempo of this rest of this game, because it allows the gap. If the Flyers can keep the gap, you keep Boston out of the zone more. And that's one of the things. Defense lag back when they don't trust the forwards to have the third guy. So that's what happens. That's the reason why.
That's a great point. Great point.
5
we'll
seconds.
Be back here
Let's
with
roll.
some more great points in the second intermission. Make sure you like the video, share the video, subscribe if you're over on YouTube. If you're on Facebook and Twitter, we love you and we appreciate you, but head on over to YouTube. We'll talk to you in the second intermission, and of course, post-game. We'll see if Ant gets a question answered. Probably not, but who knows? Maybe. Press Row Show, the #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show this side of the Mississippi, south of the Arctic Circle, north of the equator, and above sea level. Yes! Flyers with a 1-0 lead, but in fairness, it was mere inches away from being a 2-0 lead as the Flyers began a little bit of a late period surge there. We always talk about the first 5 minutes of the third period, but really, Bundy, it was the last 5 minutes or so of the second that flipped it on its head a bit.
It's always the saying in the locker room, the first 2 minutes of each period and the last 2 minutes of each period. We say first 5 coming out in the third when it's a really, really tight game and you need to establish superiority or territorial possession, and that's why we say that. But that was a good period. Like, I thought the team did a lot of good things. I thought Boston had chances too, and they're going to do that. They're going to be able to establish presence in the zone and keep it in there. But what I think the Flyers have done good today, they've limited the chances in and around the net, which they did not do a good job of last game here in Philadelphia against the Bruins.
Yeah.
So they've done a great job of that. I thought people asked about Coots. He had a good period.
Really good period for Coots.
Yeah.
Really good period for Coots.
And so they have a 1-0 lead, an unfamiliar territory against the Boston Bruins as you enter the third. And the question is are you going to really hold Boston to a 0? I don't know. But one thing that is key for me is I look at the period, you have to stay out of the box the best you can. No stupid penalties. And again, continue pushing the pace towards Boston when you can. At the same time, stay tight in the D zone and make them have to play from the perimeter.
Bundy, this game, these first 40 minutes, these first 2 periods, have taken me back to your era.
Wow.
Because this is what it used to be like when you guys played.
Yeah, it was.
Low shots, like playing the Devils.
Yeah.
Right? Low shots, not a lot of space out there.
Yeah.
Really just got to find something and take advantage of the 1 or 2 opportunities that come your way.
Yep.
And they got one there on the Konechny goal, and then they almost got a second one, but Olmark makes a hell of a save on Lawton. But that's really what this game is reminding me of, is just a lot of like mid-90s without the big physical play. That's all it's missing.
Absolutely. There's no like bruising hits where you see some guy like flying over the bench or whatever. And it is, and you say time and space, and really that's what playoffs are. Like there's not a lot of space on the ice, so when you do that, you have to make sure that you capitalize when you can. It's funny with that goal, Konechny scored the power play goal. Right before he scored it, he made one of the worst plays you'll ever see on a power play. I looked at Anthony, I go, that's what we just talked about.
Yeah.
Tried to make a cross ice play that was just brutal, and the Boston player, fortunately for the Flyers, behind the net could not clear it on the easy attempt. Flyers kept it in the zone and went right back to Konechny, who was probably thought he was like out of position, but went right to the far side of the net, and that's where the goal was scored. But you get a little bit of both on that, and that was lucky because that was not a designed type of play. It worked out at the end.
And the pass wasn't even a perfect pass from Forster. Kind of whiffed on it a little bit.
It looked like he tried to hit it to tip, or someone tried to shoot it.
I thought it was a shot. I thought it was a whiffed shot attempt, to be honest.
It was a whiff shot attempt.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Hey, Bundy, I do want to get to, there was a question over here, or a comment from Philo Originals that says, hey, Bundy, Tippett did as you asked, shoulder down, drive cut to the middle for a grade A chance. He gets edge work to cut back quick once more, and he can pot 50.
Yeah, so that's like, I tell like a couple people like all the time, like forwards that are in management, like this guy needs to drop the shoulder and go wide because it's a nightmare on defensemen. And again, I look at it from my standpoint. If I'm going back, and you got to know when Tippett would come in speed with you, the easiest thing he's going to do is continue to go wide. And that's what I want, right? That's what Yager would do. He'd try to get to the net, and he'd try to close in. I just never let him get to the middle. Same thing with
you're losing.
They're losing. Stinky Bruin fans.
Yeah.
They're losing.
Wait, hold on. Time out.
Take care of the Bruin fans.
They're your kids?
What kind of parenting is it?
You got a Flyers jersey on, and we've got this.
Mom, come here, Mom.
What is this?
Mom, come here.
We got a Flyer fan with 2 kids with Bruin shirts on.
Mom's coming over. We got to bring Mom on.
This is.
You ready to get fried?
This is unbelievable.
All right, hold on. Do we have the fourth mic? By Leclerc.
Now we need to know.
What's the deal here?
How do you have 2 children who are Boston fans?
3. I have 3.
They're all Boston fans?
They're all Boston fans.
What the hell happened?
My husband is from Boston.
That's a problem.
Right? Right? That's I agree.
Yeah. What's it like? So what's it like in your house when are you like sitting there cheering for the Flyers every game and they boo you? Is that they boo Mom?
They do. They boo Mom. And I try to guilt them. You know, the whole I gave you
Doesn't work.
No.
Doesn't work.
I hope they have a miserable ride home today with you, the winner.
They even have the bear claw. Like
What the heck is that?
Get over here.
He's like Flava Flav with the clock on.
It's Flava Flav.
What
here.
is this?
Come on in here, guys.
Okay, bring him over.
I'm upset.
Come on, bring that.
I'm
the
upset.
Bruin
All right,
fan
here we go.
here. Everybody,
Look
come on
at
in.
this.
Come on.
What is this?
So what's it like for you guys at school? What's it like for you guys at school?
It's normal.
Yeah, kids hate you?
I get yelled at by teachers.
Yeah. Yeah.
So are you guys excited to see the Bruins get trashed here in the third?
Yeah.
Mom gets the win on the way.
Wait. What place are the Flyers in?
Whoa!
Oh.
We are living
Who's
in the
asking
moment.
the questions here?
We're living in the moment.
Listen, I'm going to get into it with a 9-year-old real quick.
I'm 10.
I was close
there you
enough.
go.
You're acting like you're 9.
All right, can we make a bet? Can we make a bet with you and Mom?
I bet.
Yeah, something at home. Like if the
Double
Flyers
chores.
win,
Double chores.
double the chores. Right? You guys got to do it.
Yeah.
But if the,
No. I got it. I got it. Even worse.
Here we go.
Good. I have kids your age. You have to clean every bathroom in the house.
I bet. You wouldn't do it.
It won't do it. You won't do it if the Bruins lose today.
I will.
That's
He said he will.
he's
All right,
doing
there
it.
we
We
go.
got it on record.
got it.
And when he says no, you can pull it
Now,
up
okay, but
and just show him.
But in fairness, if the Bruins were to come back and win, then what does he get?
He gets dinner.
Every day.
Dinner. I think dinner's fair. Dinner's fair.
What do you want from Mom if you win? If the Bruins win?
A new hockey stick.
There you go.
That'll only set you back 300 or 400, Mom.
340.
Yeah.
You hire a good enough cleaning company. That's another 300. That's pretty close.
You know what though? We love the fact that kids are here. You are from Philly, so
Philly
Mom
area,
still
right?
has time to work on you over the years and soften things up. All right. So are you a Phillies fan or a Red Sox?
I'm done. That's the end.
Okay. I'm gonna ask this because I know it's for Philly. You're a Tom Brady fan, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Get out of here.
Awesome. What do you
Get outta
think
here.
about the fumble that never happened and the deflating of balls?
Never happened. The deflating of balls never happened.
It never happened. Never happened. All right, that's enough of the
we
Boston
love you
people.
guys anyway. Thanks for joining us on Snow the Goalie in the second intermission.
1 second.
Yeah, 1 second.
Oh, okay. I love that this kid's running the
He's
show.
dictating terms.
We hate the Yankees, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
there we go.
We all agree.
Good.
We all hate the Yankees.
Good. All right. We've come together.
Maybe
This
you
is-
don't,
this is
Bundy.
great.
That's right. I forgot you don't.
Stop it now.
Oh, jeez.
Guys, you're the best.
Thanks,
Thank you.
guys. Thanks for coming
Mom.
on.
Thanks
There
for
we
your
go.
support, Mom.
Thanks for coming on the show.
Oh my gosh. Well, hey, like we always say, you never know who's going to show up on the Press Row Show, and we've now become. I mean, listen, we've always called ourselves the People's Podcast, but
Yes.
like here's once again where it's fair to say the People's Podcast. Hey, give them a few of those.
Yeah, give him some
Are they-
stickers. Yeah.
They can hate the Flyers, but they can tell their friends that they were on the
stickers down
they were on the
there.
Press
He's going
Row
to give you
Show.
some stickers so you guys know where you
A
were.
beautiful
That's
sticker
right.
like that on the back of the laptop.
That's
Look at
exactly right. You know,
Look at that
they
beautiful
can even
thing.
cross
Yeah.
out the Flyers logo if they want. Anyway, you know who didn't like that segment? Intern Andrew. You know why? Because the second intermission is Intern Andrew's trivia time, and he
Yes.
feels like it's cut into his time. So, Intern Andrew, welcome to the program. It's great to have you here. And are you excited to hit us with whatever this is going to be?
Yeah. This one I think will be a little bit tougher because it's a pretty random game. But I'll say this. When you think of Flyers versus Bruins, I think it's safe to say for us, immediately think that 2010 second round series, Flyers down 3-0, they come back and win Game 7 in Boston. Well, coincidentally enough, opening night the following season, the Flyers were back in Boston. Flyers won that game 2-1. And that game, October 6, 2011, is the last time that the Flyers have won at TD Garden in regulation.
Wow.
So they've won in Boston a few times since then, but they needed overtime to do it. So, in that game, who scored the game winner for the Flyers?
You said so many words.
What year was it again?
2011. I'll give you a guess.
By all means.
I'll give a guess. I don't know the answer, but I'm going to give a guess. Billy Lano.
No.
All right, hit me with this
Matt
again.
Reed.
No. You can take so
2011.
Yeah, opening night 2011, the Flyers won. It was the last time that they've won in Boston in regulation. So who scored the game winner? Throw out a guess, and then afterwards I'll give you guys a hint that should lead you in the right direction.
Forward or defenseman?
Forward.
Okay. Trying to think of who was on the team. I mean, you got
What year was
Briere.
the Richards trade? Was that 20?
Following year.
So he was still on the
Carter,
They were still on the
Richards,
team. They were all still on the team.
Voracek, Simmons.
No, Voracek and Simmons weren't there.
They weren't here yet?
No,
No.
because they were part of the capital.
You remember they went to the playoffs.
Oh,
went
that's
back to
right,
the
with
playoffs.
Carter and Richards. They were
2011.
Bundy, you got to have a little bit more conviction, buddy. It's Voracek.
Huh?
It was Voracek.
Oh, so wait. So then it wasn't the year after the Stanley Cup.
It was.
Did they get? No, it could not have been because Richards and Carter got traded the year after the miracle, the Boston Miracle.
Wait, real?
Oh,
my God, I messed it up.
It's a bad day for intern.
dude, you're having a real piss poor day, kid.
What? Wait a second. So what year? Wait.
So it had to be 2012. If it was 2012, the 11-12 season.
It was 11. I'm thinking of 10-11.
Yeah, so it wasn't the year after they went to the Cup.
All right.
This is the first time this happened.
You have the date correct.
I resign in disgrace.
You have the
No,
you
you're
have
good,
the
you're
date.
good.
You have the date correct.
Oh, look, the camera gave him a thumbs down.
Yeah, the camera
deserve
did
that.
Yeah, no, you have the date correct.
We
but
still love you, kid.
I hate myself.
there was a 10.
I
Don't
can't
do
believe
that.
I did
Don't
that.
do that.
I can't believe I did that.
Love yourself.
Fired. You're fired.
You can't fire an
Do a
intern.
Trump.
We're not going to fire him.
We like him. Do a Trump.
So very sorry, Andrew. It was a great question. You're fired. So very sad.
That is so embarrassing.
Yeah.
That was bound to happen at some point.
Well,
though.
you know
All
what?
right, kid.
Hey, you know what? It's like, right before the playoffs, especially in the NFL, your team loses and you go, you know what? You got to get a loss out of the way before you go on that run in the playoffs.
You know what you say, Andrew?
They're getting ready for the playoffs. You got your loss
Intern
today.
Andrew, flush it. Flush it, intern
That's
Andrew.
right.
As
Could
I-
be worse, man. You could be trying to get a job as a Jeopardy host.
Yeah.
It was all of these Bruins fans that got in his head. They
Yeah.
threw him off his game. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I'll say this: when I was back there behind the camera when they came on, Superfan Eric was standing right next to me. If you could have seen the disgust in his face at those kids.
Yeah, he takes it very personal.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. All right. Intern Andrew. Sorry.
I'll try again tomorrow.
Sorry about
Yeah,
Holy
tomorrow you got to have a better game.
I was
better
told,
question.
by the way, somebody told me in the comments you have to do the accordion hands. I know how to do the Trump thing.
Yeah.
It's just my hand was cut off because of the video you fired. So sad. He doesn't do you're fired. The other hand doesn't do anything. It's like one of the only times the accordion hands is a thing, but it's also the shifting. They have to shift proportionately.
Yes.
A lot of people don't know that.
They come together, they go away. They come together, they go this way, they go that way. They go this way, they go. And then sometimes we go okay hands to open hands, and sometimes it goes back and forth.
Not the Bernie. Bernie's up here.
Russ does a great impersonation.
You have to, no, you do this, and it's kind of like you're conducting an orchestra, but it's way up here in the clouds.
All right, I'm done.
Oh, man. So
I did
good.
a Gilbert Gottfried the other day, and I think I almost killed Andrew by the glass.
Why would
You remember?
Why would you ever?
Don't get me started, dude.
Hold on a second. Let me tell you about the one time I was at the Philadelphia Flyers game, and I said, "Who the hell is John Tortorella to bench his captain?"
I'm done. We're done for the night. Everybody have a great night. What else? What else did you guys
Didn't we just lose Gilbert Gottfried a few
Yeah,
months
he
ago?
died a few years ago.
Affleck.
What do you want to get to here?
For
Bundy, how important are the first 5 minutes of the game?
Super important. Anthony's doing Biden right now. He fell asleep.
That's really offensive. You're being so offensive.
I'm tapping out.
I see your head go down, and I read the screen. I'm like, oh,
You know
that's
what, though?
interesting.
I think doing a Biden is really hard. I'm serious. I think it's a really hard impression to do. I've only ever seen like 2 or 3 people that can do it really, really well, and I'm not going to embarrass myself here by trying to do one. But the first 5 minutes of this period, Bundy, obviously, it would have been nice to get that goal on the Lawton breakaway. It was a really good save. I think we kind of touched on it, but like he even elevated the puck. It wasn't like it was he waited, went backhand and didn't elevate. Like that was a few inches away from a 2-0 lead going into this period. So coming out, obviously, you have to imagine Boston's going to be on top of it from the get-go. But is a goal for the Flyers necessary in the first 5?
No, but it's necessary to play the proper way, and they have played the proper way. I mean, I'm just looking at the shots on goal.
I think it's like 12-11 or something like that.
It's really, really crazy low, and I mean it's going to be a challenge to get to 20 shots each. That's for sure. The way that it's going. So again, this is like a playoff game, right? Like it's got the same kind of tenure to it. It feels like it. And this is the kind of game, if the Flyers are in the playoffs, they're going to have to find a way to win a 1-0 game or a 2-1 type of game. And this is exactly why I said this game is so important on so many fronts. And I can't stress the importance of this win if they can pull it off here today, especially in regulation. It adds a lot to what you're doing, and I think it will give the Flyers a real leap forward for the rest of the season from this win. That's why I thought it's the most important game they played in 4 years, and I think it's going to be that case.
You know what I think the thing that's been the biggest standout away from the game, like it's tangentially affiliated with the game. You see all the complaints about, I guess it's an NHL Network highlight game or something today for people who are out of market. Obviously, it's being carried locally, but a real concern, and I think it's just, like, we'll talk about this in the offseason, but NHL Network isn't available on a lot of streaming services, like YouTube TV doesn't have it. So for people who are out of market, you probably already pay for the ESPN Plus subscription, right, to get these games, but I don't think these games are on the ESPN Plus either. There are a lot of people complaining about it.
It's on NHL Network.
It's on NHL Network.
So I don't understand why the feed would be bad for a national channel like that.
I don't know.
Is that what they're saying? Like, is it?
Well, some people are complaining about the telecast itself, but there are others that are saying, like, hey, I'm out of market, I pay for ESPN Plus, but I don't have access to this game because it's an NHL Network one, I guess. I don't know. But we're here, and we're here every home game. And if you haven't done so, if you've been down at a game, or maybe if you're at the game right now, come up above section 221, go through the glass doors, take the elevator up to the balcony level, come find us.
This is the best.
Shake
here.
hands, all that way.
Can you read this one?
What?
Come on. Can you confirm this? If this is what ESPN did, I mean, you've got to be kidding me.
Wait, are you serious?
That is absolutely insanity.
Well, that's not ESPN. That's
NHL Network.
Oh, NHL Network. So,
Ryan, what I need you to do is, if you can figure out where and when that happened, if you can take a video of it, if you can find us a timestamp, I would love to pull that and absolutely crap all over it.
What a trash statement that is.
If that was real, if that's real, I absolutely want to know. 100%. So, anyway, that's just wild. Absolutely wild. All right, we will be back post-game. Everybody have an enjoyable third period out there. What do you think's going to happen?
I picked the Flyers to win. I'm going to stick with my pick. We did not.
Except for intern Andrew,
who's having a bad day. So that should tell us the way things are going for intern Andrew today. I think it's obvious that the Flyers are going to hang on and win this game.
Yeah.
Since he's the only guy who picked Boston. Look at that. Just
poor guy.
Pull him up right.
He's wounded.
He's got this look on his face. It's this sour look on his face.
It's okay. You go to sleep and you wake up tomorrow and you try it all over again. We'll be back post-game.
That's a big oh yes right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the Press Row Show, the #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show. This side of the Mississippi, south of the Arctic Circle, north of the equator, and above sea level. I'm Russ. That's Bundy. The Flyers walk away with a big win, 3-2 over those damn Boston Bruins. They took them down, Bundy.
They did.
End-to-end performance. Sam Ersson in net. The young guys step up in a big way. Tyson Foerster, what a Bundy bomb shot at the end of that game to give the Flyers a win. And we're here to break it all down post-game.
A lot of puck luck for the Flyers on their shots in the third. Konechny low far side from the exact same spot that Foerster shot it. And I think both of them had a little bit of play off the Boston players. The shot by Foerster was unbelievable, but it looks like it hit the stick. I think I believe McAvoy maybe.
Yeah. And
it caromed up far side. I mean, what a way to win the game, because there's ways of winning games, and then there's ways of winning games. And that's just a monumental signature win here today that you hope they can find a lot out of this win. You know, carry that momentum into the next game and into this week.
Yeah, and got a big game tomorrow.
Huge game tomorrow. Look at the Bruins fans.
Oh no!
See you later, Bruins fans.
Oh, the Bruins kids that we brought
on.
Look
at the Bruins kids are all upset. Look at them.
Hey, get that toilet brush ready.
That's Dad's toilet
there
too.
You go.
Yeah, that's right.
So, for those of you who didn't catch the show live, if you're just joining us for postgame on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, or in the podcast feed, we had a family on during, was it the first intermission? I think it was, or maybe it was the second intermission. And the mom is a Flyers fan, but the dad is a Bruins fan, and all the kids are Bruins fans. And we said to them, we made a bet between the one son and the mom. The mom's a Flyers fan, and all the kids are Bruins fans. And we said, all right, we'll make a bet on your behalf. What happens if the Flyers win? The kid was very braggadocious that the Bruins were going to win. And I said, all right, you have to clean all of the bathrooms in your house. And he goes, bet. Like, done deal. And I said, all right, Mom, what does Mom have to get? And he goes, a new hockey stick, which we support.
Yes.
And the Flyers win. So I just said to that kid, better get that toilet brush ready, man.
Oh, yeah. I love it.
Yeah.
It was a great win. It really was.
Yeah.
It was another really good hockey game. Great game.
Nice family. Those kids are still young. There's still a chance that they can get it squared away. You just flush the Bruins stuff down the toilet.
It's not their fault.
You get some new orange and black.
It's not their fault.
It's their dad's fault.
It's their dad's fault.
That's right. So. Yep. Anyway, a big win tonight. I want to kind of take people, I think, back to this third period, though, because there were a couple of moments where I think it was a little bit nervy for the Flyers, where the Bruins really seemed to be kind of asserting some sort of dominance. They were getting themselves back in form. They tied the game up. But there was a play before the Foerster goal. There was a play that was a lob pass, center ice. Tippett wins the foot race.
Breakaway.
Goes backhand. Looks like good chance it goes in. Great save. That's a moment where maybe you're a little bit worried that save flips the momentum there in the third, and they come back out. It was like the next shift or two shifts later, and Foerster gets them the win. But can we just dive in real quick here on those young guys, especially the Foersters and the Tippetts of the world, and the confidence with which they are playing at this point, how big that is as they get ready for a playoff stretch?
Playing really good hockey, and they're finding their game. Foerster goes up and down a little bit. He's still young. He'll learn that as he gets more experience in the league, because he goes into games where he's like 3 games that are just great, and in other games you don't notice him as much, and that's normal. Tippett, too, in a sense. He's just got to learn. Tippett's game is learning really now like what he's capable of doing and what he shouldn't do. And that's like finding that groove. And again, like driving wide tonight, that inspires me when I see a guy do that, because I know how menacing it can be for other teams' defense. It's hard. It's really hard when guys drive wide and make your life miserable as a defenseman. And it does. When you do that, you make people's lives miserable by driving wide on defensemen. And he has the ability to do it. Not everyone has. I mean, there's not a lot of guys that can do that, but he's one of those players that can. And Foerster, again, he's got a great shot. I hate that he relies on it as much as he does, but it sure worked tonight. I'd love to see him find more plumber goals, because a lot of the goals he does score are shot goals from 25 feet out or so. And I think that both those guys will just continue to get better and better.
Do you think that that's a point of contention with the coaching staff? If you have a young guy that does have the ability to rip one like that, if he becomes too shot reliant, is that a coaching point that you think they're having with him, or is it something where they need that and it is such a vital part of their success that they just kind of let him go with it since he's young? Like, where do you think they're landing with that?
With which guy?
With Forster.
Forster, yeah. I mean, again, he's been given a lot of rope. Remember, beginning of the year, I don't think he did a lot. He couldn't score for 20 games in. He hadn't had a goal. He's really come on. He's found a little bit of his game and found what works for him in the league and a comfort zone for him. So, I look to the future. I mean, other guys played good today, too. Cam York continues to impress me.
Yeah.
Zamula was okay. He got caught in that goal there.
Zamula had a really bad play on the goal that tied it up for Boston.
Yeah, and then the second goal Boston scored, I didn't like much about that. There's 5 Flyer players and 1 Bruin, and they were on a change. And there's a Flyer defenseman, I think it was Sanheim in front of net. Like, that guy turns, he's got no play except to make a play on his forehand, and the only place he's going is towards the front of the net. And that, to me, would have been a pass that you could have knocked down and not allowed to have happen. But too many guys got caught puck watching, and they didn't look at where the danger was, and that was the far side of the net.
Let's see. I'm looking in the comments. We have a lot of people very excited in the comments section. We might be getting a player interview here in a little bit. Okay. Intern Andrew is currently filming the floor down in, I believe that's what, NBA 1 is where they do these interviews. So we'll see if we get the guy that has been requested. Huge win, says Mike Butts. Tony Louie, Forster's a beast. Mark Arnon says, great win. Savelle and Forrest, let's go Flyers. Intern Andrew's mom, woot. Way to go Flyers, that was awesome. Timeout says, Bruins are crying, sore losers. Got a lot of people just very, very exciting.
It is. It's very a great exciting win. Building's electric again. People are leaving here happy. It's going to be a good night in Philadelphia.
They are. I think we have to talk about the resiliency of the team, too. You look at that third period. Again, they blow a couple of leads there. There's a chance that the game kind of gets away from you. Boston is a much more experienced, veteran-savvy kind of team. And the fact that this Flyers team did not allow that to take them out of it mentally.
Yeah, and those goals coming back.
Thing.
Yeah, they tie the game twice, and that's tough for a team to absorb, and the Flyers just kept going for it. They didn't change. They just kept playing. Boston's not themselves right now. They're not the Boston team that we've seen in the past, and they're in a lull. They lost to the Rangers 5-2. They barely hung on against the Flyers last Saturday night. They'd lost to somebody, smoked them right before that too. St. Louis beat them 5-2. So they've lost, if I'm not mistaken.
They're 6-3-1 in their last 10, which isn't.
But I think they're 0-3-1 in their last 4.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They are. So they didn't. I just saw them. They weren't as sharp today as they were. Doesn't matter. It doesn't take away from anything from the Flyers. It was a great win, and you're not going to get teams at their absolute best every night. The Bruins were at their best on the Hall of Fame game back in January.
100%.
But that was not the case today. And they look like a team reeling a little bit of soft confidence, and you can tell. You can just tell by watching any team, and that shows you. Every team, no matter how good you are, will go through stages and points in a game or a season where they look very average. And in a lot of ways today, Boston did look average.
Hey, here's a good note from our buddy Joe Papel. Says, get some points tomorrow. Paul Maurice said Bobrovsky and net in New York tonight, 8 p.m. Flyers likely to face Anthony Stolarz tomorrow. Also, Barkov and Ekblad have been out and are day-to-day. Mm-hmm. That'd be a huge break.
That would be.
If you get Stoli the goalie and those guys are out of the lineup, you have to think.
You always think that, Russ, but it just never goes the way you think.
Let's just keep running the hard.
I know. I'm just being honest. I can't like get into wish for situations. When you think it's going to be easy, it's not. It never is.
It's true. Anthony DeMeo with a good question here. Ersson didn't get a lot of work today. Any chance he plays tomorrow since he has a good record against Florida?
Good question. That's a really good question. You know what? That makes sense, actually.
Two teams on the second half of a back-to-back.
Yeah.
You end up getting a little bit more rest here. I mean, it's a matter of hours, but you get a little bit more rest.
You do.
I guess the question is, Tuesday's against the Rangers. Do you chase the hot streak here on the second half of the back-to-back, or do you switch goalies and go back to Ersson on Tuesday? I can't imagine that you're going to ride him 3 games in a row, right? 3 and 4
3
nights.
and 4 will be tough. Yeah, I mean, so I guess the most logical game you'd start him is, or sit him out would be tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just because of the back-to-back situation and put him back there. It all depends how the coach feels about the team right now. But that's not a bad suggestion. I never really considered that till I just read it. So.
Greg Cellini over on YouTube. Huge win. Best of the year?
Yeah, there's been a couple of good ones. Like the Vegas game was an awesome win early in the year. This one is right there. It's been good, really. I mean, the afternoon games are fun when they win because you get the whole night after, and it'll be a really good night and an opportunity to have a clean sweep on the weekend. Do I think they'll win tomorrow? I don't know.
Yeah. We'll worry about tomorrow. Worry about
that's what
live
they're
at the
asking.
moment right now with a little bit
right
of positive. You know, your buddy Rick over there, he knows how positive I am. Very positive guy. If you look, I think it is the best win of the year because this is a game that Boston very clearly wanted to win as well. They're trying to get the number 1 overall seed in the conference. They wanted this game today. This isn't a game that they were. I mean, look, maybe you overlook the Flyers a little bit, but this isn't a game that they're just kind of like lackadaisical, right? This was a game that they actively were going after. And so you essentially played a playoff game today.
You did. That was a very much playoff format today.
The crowd,
type of game.
The crowd tonight, it started to have the feeling a little bit, didn't it?
It did.
Because of the style of game that was being played and the way the crowd was into every move, and there was a good number of Bruins fans here as well. It felt like a playoff game. It's been a while since we felt that, but it's certainly something.
It's what we hope to see in another month, and or a little less than that. And sure, I mean, there's been a lot of games like that this year that have really shown what playoffs are like, and this would be a great example. It's going to be good again tomorrow in another important game. You can't just take this one. But I do love the fact they got 5 points now in was it 4 games?
I believe so. And it's funny because if you looked back at the 7-game stretch that they were entering. You and Ant kept saying 6 points is what you need to get out of that if you really want to be in very strong position to make the playoffs.
Yep, and I said it. If they get 6 points in it, I think that should do it.
Yeah. So you only need one. I mean, based on that logic, you need. I mean,
it's not an exact science. I'm saying, I feel like that'll be good.
I'm saying to get to 6.
Yeah.
It's 1 point between the Florida game tomorrow and the Rangers game on Tuesday. I don't know. You start riding the confidence. You start letting the positivity get in, and all of a sudden, that
is exactly right.
Things that seemed unattainable, all of a sudden. How big of a? I mean, realistically, you've been in the locker room before. Like, how much can confidence from a win like this propel a team forward?
Well, that's why I said it was the most important game to me for the year, because when you have a team that can beat a Boston, and because you'll feel it, you'll leave the rink and come back knowing that you were able to do that, and get over a team really that. In this game today, that you have not had a lot of success against. Quite frankly, they beat you almost every time. Yeah. And this was a good home win. It's a good field game down the stretch as you come down the home stretch, and you need the points. You need everything that you could have asked for. You got today, and that's what's so positive about this end result. And it's huge. It's a huge win.
Christopher Mitchell, who had a really good point on YouTube, and I'm going to do something that I've kind of done a couple of times now, but I'm going to do it again. Chuck Fletcher, wherever you are, watching the Press Row Show, thank you for the Owen Tippett trade.
Yeah, they really had that tacked on. Like, Florida's like, all right, we'll give you the first and Owen Tippett. Yeah, I mean, those are moves that, become monumental. Right? Mm-hmm. Like, he's played well, and he's really done a good job. I mean, those are trades teams look back and go, man, I wish we didn't make that type of trade. And unfortunately for the Flyers, over the last many years, they've gotten rid of guys like Tippett that went and flourished elsewhere. Yeah. Hopefully we get the other side of that coin.
He certainly brings something dynamic to the lineup. His speed, I don't know if it's just because he's playing more confidently. I don't know what it is, but like some of the plays that he's able to make are things that we didn't see early in the season. Maybe it's confidence. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But he's making plays now that he just flat out wasn't making early in the season.
Here's one here just on talk about the rebuild. And so, again, it's not the way they planned it because I don't think that they really – Danny might say that, as he said before the game, like if you told me we're in the playoffs now, I'd say great, like wow. Yeah. But at the same time, they are trying to do both. They're trying to find the guys that are worthy to keep and then continue the rebuild in the summer.
Yeah.
And like Jonesy said the other day, I can't imagine us winning the Cup. It'll be a great story if it ever happened. But they've got a lot of work to do still. And high-end talent, finding it usually comes from my end when I look at it from the draft. If you're getting those high picks. And they're not going to be in a situation unless they make a trade where they're able to acquire one of those really early picks that you think can change the fortunes of your team. So you have to draft well. And then you have to get free agents to come here.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that no one's really talking about yet, because that becomes, when you look at the summer, there's a lot to unpack for a free agent.
Yeah.
Where's the team at? Where are they looking to go? Who's the coach? Do I want to play for that coach? Where am I going to be slotted? So there's a lot of different things that go into a rebuild and with a team that's surprised everybody.
Yep.
But I think the understanding is that, like, this is good this year, but there's no guarantee that you repeat it again.
Yeah.
And that's what they're trying to get to, is to a team that you might have a bad game here or there, but you know that there's going to be consistency through the course of 6 or 7 years, like Boston.
Yeah. Solar Warden says, is it just me, or is Jennings a less beefy, more mobile Grossman?
I don't know. I mean, I get asked about Adder and Yinning, and they've been good. Like, but are they regular D? I don't know. I mean, listen, there's a lot of jobs out there, and I don't know who. I don't know about the depth defensemen in a lot of these teams. I mean, I know there's not a lot of D like that are super great defensemen. So you have to plug somebody in, and every team probably has one or two guys that they don't feel super comfortable with having in the lineup, but you got to play them, and that's what happens to every team at this time of the year.
Let's see. Ed Coleman says the team is so fun to watch again. Eric says Sam played a steady game. Apparently, Sportsnet up in Canada played the NBC Sports Philly feed for 2/3 of the game, and then it changed. I don't know why it would have changed. That's interesting. I didn't hear that, but okay. Very interesting. Let's see. Timeout says, I'm hype. Such great games they've been playing. Matthew Bennick, let's lock it down against the Panthers tomorrow. Tim Morris says, huge win. The best win. Some have said they won bigly. Sounds like a Trumpian.
Yeah.
Huge win. The best. Some have said they won bigly.
Speaking of winning bigly, I see Anthony SanFilippo down in the locker room. Looks like he's getting himself ready for a player interview, and I see the name on the screen. I don't know if you see it, but certainly a very interesting one that people, I think, it's a guy who has maybe settled in a little bit better than when he first got here. He's always been a very candid guy. He's been candid since the first time he spoke to the media after they traded for him. We'll have Eric Johnson on the show in a little bit. Let's get back to the comments until Ant and intern Andrew are ready down there. Matt Beagle mentions this year was all about progress. Can't deny that we've gotten that. This ain't your dad's Bruin team, says T from the 203. And then let's see. Let's actually go to this really quick, Bundy. The idea of them making the playoffs, if it happens, they will have done it on the back of having so many young guys as part of this push.
Yep.
With three of their, if they could build the lineup right now, they would probably want to have a Risto, a Sealer, and a Drysdale in there. You're making this push without those guys. You've been a blue liner at the NHL level. How impressive is it that they've been able to put together some of the performances they have with guys that they probably didn't expect to have playing at this level?
Well, that's what it is. And you know what? And guys come in and work hard, and they make smart plays, and then you can rely upon them. And again, there's a lot of guys that came in this year, no one knew who they were, right? So they've kind of been allowed to, the league doesn't know them yet. They haven't learned their tendencies, and that's one thing. When you're in the league a while, you get to know every person's tendencies, the moves they like to make, the going left, going right, do they like to cut to the middle on a one-on-one? I mean, you just figure you know all that. It's all built into you at the beginning. So part of it is getting a little bit of free reign to do stuff because players don't know that you have a good shot or have a great stick in the D zone. Mm-hmm. So those are little things that you learn over time, and they're learning about those Flyers players too. And that's why it becomes harder as you're more in the league because guys pick up your tendencies and the way that you play the game.
Solar Warden asks, do we know what the issue is with Risto, always radio silence when he's hurt compared to other guys? Danny Briere was on pregame. If you're watching live, you can go back and check that out when we're done. If you're listening in the podcast feed, that'll come after the postgame show. I'm going to go out of order today in the podcast feed, Bundy. But he said that Sealer is obviously closer. Jones, he said the same thing a week ago at the Carnival.
Like inside a couple of weeks is what Danny said?
Yeah. So we'll see. You would think that Sealer will be back for the playoffs. I am not convinced that I think the one that's probably the least likely to get back in is Risto because there has been like this guy said, radio silence. Drysdale, I think they're in a really weird spot with because it's that shoulder, it's the same shoulder, and you don't want to run the risk of that being a more long-term damaged thing just to get him back for a playoff run. But I'm sure that they're going to try to keep him in the mix if they can get him back and if he's fully healthy. But I can't imagine. You don't want to run the risk of him hurting that shoulder worse and coming back before he's 100%, right?
Too young, yeah, and he's had an issue with it now a couple times. So, missed significant time the first time, and that's something you have to watch and be weary of as management. So that's a big part of your future, right? Like it's not just somebody you picked up and hope to have here for a while. It's a couple of years. You want to have that guy healthy for hopefully under a decade.
Yeah. Rob Greeley mentions Torts and Jack Adams conversation again. Too early? ? We talked about a pregame.
I mean, I think he deserves to be in the conversation. I don't think he'll win it because I think Rick Tocchet, my former teammate, has done an unbelievable job in Vancouver. They've reeled a little bit at times, but they always look for something like that, a guy that's taken a team like that and really gone. And, yeah, I mean, Torts is in the conversation. If it's done fairly, he'll be right up there at the top of the votes. No doubt about it.
Will Palmer checks in with a Celtics logo, which almost made me puke in my mouth, but then had a nice thing to say. Philly Flyers, thanks for a great game. From a Bruins fan.
Thank you, Will.
Will, you're welcome to come back to the Press Row Show anytime here on YouTube over at the Snow the Goalie channel. How about that?
I like that.
What's
wrong with throwing a bone out to us like that? Thank you, Boston. Look at that. There are kind fans in Boston and thoughtful. We love that.
They did the Tea Party, now they did the Will Palmer. Nice guy. Nice guy. What?
The Tea Party.
The Tea Party. They started it all with the tea and,
What's is Ant showering with the guys before he does the interview?
I don't know what's happening down there. You see this?
What is he doing?
You can't see it. Here, scroll up a little bit over there, and you'll be able to see him. He's on camera. Intern Andrew's down there with him. Should we? Hold on. Here, do you want me to bring up the video? We'll freak him out. Here, there's Ant, just standing around.
There we go. The camera's
all
buttered.
By myself.
Camera's all buttered up. Look at him.
The garlic butter. They're already down there. We're gonna be getting Eric Johnson here soon, and if we don't, we're just gonna walk away. Man, there are so many comments in here. We got a nice big live crowd here on YouTube and on Twitter and on Facebook. We love that.
Great crowd.
Hey, Sturdy mentioned something that came up a little bit earlier, but finally saw Tippett drop his shoulder and drive the net.
Yeah. It's almost like. I don't know if he heard me. I was like, why does this guy just drop his shoulder and drive that? Because he can. I mean, it's scary.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he did that, and he's got to do more of that because it's, again, if the defenseman knows that's coming, forget it. Doesn't matter if you know it's coming. It's that hard to stop it.
Yeah. Apparently it's only a minute until Eric Johnson gets there, so we're gonna hang in there. Let's see. Brandon Ficara here said he spoke with Dan Carcillo yesterday, and they were marveling over all the guys who have left and won cups. How about that? The Carnival rub continues. Let's go Flyers, says Matthew Bennick. Oh, wait. I see intern Andrew trying to adjust the camera. Could that
There we go.
Oh, it looks like we might.
Look who we got.
All right.
A former #1 overall draft pick.
All right. Well, here, let's throw it down to Anthony SanFilippo in the locker room.
Are we good? All right, great. We're here in the Snow the Goalie postgame with Flyers defenseman Eric Johnson. Eric, you've been around this league for a bit, right? These types of games at this time of year are pretty prevalent when you have a team that's in playoff contention. For a team like the Flyers to play this game the way they played today, that's a big step forward for a very young team that's pretty inexperienced, right?
Yeah, you're right. I think for us, these games are important, not only because we need the points, but ultimately for the development of our young players who have such a bright future for the organization. It's real critical for them to go through these experiences, and that was a playoff type atmosphere. And for those guys to have that process and go through things that are difficult games, difficult matchups against other lines. The stretch of teams we're playing right now are really, really good hockey teams. Yeah. So it's great for our club, and ultimately we're finding ways to get points in difficult circumstances. And I think the great thing about our team is we have a great mix of young and old, and coming together and ultimately playing the same way and playing to our identity to get a job done.
You talk about playing the same way, especially the first two periods in this game, and even some of the third. It just seemed like it was a game of structure. I mean, both sides, really, but you guys really stuck to a real system and a structure with a lot of puck support. Is that the way you guys are going to have to play almost night in, night out to get to get to the end goal here?
Yeah, to have that detail and that focus. And, you know, it was a really low event game for the first 2 periods. I mean, I think we probably had 4 or 5 chances. They might have had 2 or 3. So for the most part, it was pretty evenly matched. And for a team like that, Boston, one of the top teams in the league, that's how we needed to play. So obviously we got our chances in the first, second, third. We were able to cash in, and ultimately we had the lead twice. They tied it twice, but ultimately found a way to get the job done with a third goal at the end by force. So those good teams are going to get chances, though. It's just we have to limit them as much as possible and play our game that we have been, and that's going to be the recipe to success, to limiting the chances against those teams.
I don't know if it was intentional, but you make that play that kind of springs the play the other way to get to Travis's goal. Is that something that's you're just trying to make a play there, or is it just instinctual? What goes on in that moment?
So for me, I mean, I was taught actually by Bradshaw my rookie year in St. Louis to use the long body, especially on the odd man rushes. And then I've sort of adapted over time where that particular play, I felt like I was trying to slide to get in a shooting lane, and he didn't pass. And I saw him lose the puck a little bit, and I knew we had support in the middle of the ice, so I just tried to whack it out there as far as I could. And luckily, Lots was there. And unfortunately, the puck didn't go in, but it was a good play by him to support me. And for me, I'm trying to get in the shooting lane, and it ends up going long body, but this time of year, desperation is what you need sometimes. So I'm going to do whatever it takes to get the job done.
Last few starts for Sam Ersson have been a lot like what the Sam Ersson we saw for most of the season. Was it just a matter of him kind of just getting that mojo back to really being a guy that can be solid and confident in net night in, night out?
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with him since I came over here, and obviously spending a lot of my career in the West. But from seeing him in practice and games so far, you can tell he's got that real even demeanor about him that you need from your goalie. And for us, he's been huge. I mean, he's making the saves he's supposed to, and then he's making some of the saves that he probably shouldn't. And for a young goalie, another guy that experience like this is huge for him, and he's played his ass off for us, and we're going to need more of it down the stretch from him and everybody, and I'm happy for him because he's a young guy, not a lot of experience, I don't think, in North America, so to come over and do what he's done is big for us.
Last question for me for tonight. Obviously, you have a game like this, you got to turn it around real quick. You got another really good team coming in here tomorrow. How do you avoid the trap of being too high off of a big win like this when you have that game coming up tomorrow?
Yeah, I think for me as an older guy, I've gone through a lot of that, so it's pretty easy to park the game good or bad and focus on the next one. And the biggest thing I think is you just stay in your routine and do the things that you do the night before a game, morning of a game, afternoon before a game, and go through your routine and habits and just do the same things you always do to get ready to play. The hockey's the fun part. The pain in the ass is getting ready to have your body go through it all, and the preparation and recovery, and then all of that goes on behind the scenes that no one sees is the part that keeps you around and playing in the NHL for a long time. But once you get out on the ice and you're playing, it's great. I mean, I love afternoon back-to-backs, and another great test for us tomorrow. And for us as a group, I think you enjoy it right now, and then you drive home and you park it and you think about tomorrow.
Great. Erik Johnson, thank you for joining us on the Snow the Goalie postgame.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Great.
There we go.
Good job, Anthony.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back into the Press Row Show, the #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show.
Good stuff right there from Erik Johnson.
It was. If nothing else, he's an insightful guy. He was, like I said, he was honest from the get-go when he got brought in here. He's like, my best playing days are behind me. I appreciate the candor.
Yeah, good. Stanley Cup champion a couple of years back, and certainly someone here to filling in. Really, I mean, a body on the ice. Not the guy he was 8 or 10 years ago, but who is, and a good guy and a good veteran presence to have in the room.
David Town mentions that the potato cam is back. Yes,
we'll never let you down with that.
You know what? I think at this point, here we go. Matthew Bennick, Snow the Goalie postgame cam, where everyone looks like a 10. And I think that is the comment that we end today's show on. We'll be back tomorrow.
5:30.
5:30.
6 o'clock
it's a
game.
6 o'clock game.
Yep.
Well, at least it's not a super late one on a Sunday.
Right.
We'll be back here. If you're coming down to the game, please come find us. Take the elevator. You go to section 121. There's 2 glass doors. Go through there. Take the nice elevator. Tell them you're going to the sportsbook, Snow Goalie Sportsbook. And you come out. We're right here next to the organ, next to our friend Michael. Nice guy. unofficial member of the crew. What?
Last comment's great.
Go ahead.
Johnson's tall and skinny next to Anthony. Looks like the number 10. That's perfect. All right. We'll see you tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Humongous Flyers win today. We were treated to a beautiful afternoon game. Number 10 is today's favorite number. We'll see you all tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone.
Bye, everybody.